Good afternoon to you. Welcome to this live broadcast of the Senate proceedings on this 19th day of November 2019. This afternoon, the senators will be engaging in a number of businesses where two bills will be read for the first time. The lifestyle audit number 2 bill, Senate bills number 21 of 2019. This bill is courtesy of the Honorable Senator Farhia Ali. The purpose of this bill is to provide a legal framework for lifestyle audit. The bill seeks to incorporate the values and principles of governance under Article 10 of the Constitution into the public or state offices' public work. According to the Senator, there is no legal framework presently as to how a lifestyle audit is to be carried out on a public or state officer who is suspected to be living beyond that person's lawful income. Part 3 of the bill provides for amnesty for corruption cases under deferred prosecution agreement with the Director of Public Prosecutions. The deferred prosecution agreements framework is in response to perceived deficiencies in the existing prosecution framework involving economic crimes, which include long, expensive and complicated investigations and trials for offenses of economic crime and non-compensation of victims of economic crimes. The deferred prosecution agreements shall be concluded under the supervision of a High Court judge who must be convinced that the deferred prosecution agreement is in interest of justice and that the terms of the deferred prosecution agreement are fair, reasonable, and proportionate. This bill will be read for the first time this afternoon. Another bill which is going to be read for the first time is the Fisheries Management and Development Amendment Bill. This is Senate Bills number 22 of 2019. This bill is courtesy of the Honorable Member for Homa Bay County, Honorable Moses Kajwang. The principal object of this bill is to amend the Fisheries Management and Development Act 2016 on the appointment of the chairperson and chief executive officer of the Fish Marketing Authority to align the appointment with best practices on appointment of chairpersons and chief executives of corporations as enunciated in the Mungozo Code for State Corporations. The provisions of the Principal Act that are sought to be amended have assigned the responsibility of appointment of the chairperson and the CEO on the President and the Cabinet Secretary respectively with the approval of the National Assembly. This is not aligned with the recommended practice on governance in state corporations, which recommends that chairpersons be appointed by the President and the CEO be competitively recruited by the board. The amendment, therefore, provides that the chairperson shall be appointed by the President while the CEO shall be recruited and appointed competitively by the board. It is also proposed that the CEO serves for a term of 4 years that will be renewable once. This bill will be read for the first time this afternoon. The Care and Protection of Child Parents Bill, Senate Bills number 11 of 2019, is also active in the Senate, and the debate on this will resume. It is for the second reading. Also in the order of business this afternoon is the presentation of papers, one by the Senate Majority Leader, and it's on the report of the Ad hoc Committee on the Nakuru County Executive on the application of conferment of city status to Nakuru Municipality. The Senator for Taita Taveta County, Senator Janice Moruma, will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the funding of major development projects by the national government. And pursuant to Standing Order 51, subsection 1B, the Chairperson Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights will issue a statement relating to the activities of the committee. And the same will be done by the Chairperson Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources, as well as the Chairperson Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity and Regional Integration. Also, the Chairperson Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations will also issue a statement relating to the activities of the committee. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. The broadcast is available on Senate TV as well as YouTube. It is a broadcast that you can stream on the go. In the order of business this afternoon also is a motion by the Chairperson Sessional Committee on County Public Accounts and Investment, and it is on the adoption of reports of that committee on accounts of county executives for the financial year 2014 and 2015. I will now hand you over for the live broadcast of the Senate proceedings on this 19th day of November 2019.
Let's pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings as your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable Senators, Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon a visiting delegation from the Trans Nzoia County Assembly. The delegation consists of members of the House Business Committee of the County Assembly who are undertaking an exposure visit to operations of the Business Senate Committee. I request each member of the delegation to stand when called out so that you may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. They are 1, Honorable Stephen Joroge Kurugu, Deputy Speaker; Honorable Eric Musumba, Majority Whip; Honorable Jane Gaetano, Member; Honorable Ben Mlipuko, Member; Honorable Margaret Wanjala, Member; Honorable Sarah Lumbano, Member; Honorable Caroline Makoha, Member; Honorable Matthew Orango, Member; Honorable Margaret Mutai, Member; Honorable Jeremiah Wekulia, Member; Honorable Rogers Barasa, Member; and Honorable Anne Wanjiku, Member. They are accompanied by 1, Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. They are accompanied by 1, Ms. Coletta Kisika, Deputy Clerk. 2, Mr. Eutin Nakitare, Senior Research Officer. Mr. Matthews Wanyama, Sergeant at Arms. Mr. Katana Ngeiwa, Legal Counsel. Mr. Mohammed Noor, Committee Clerk. Ms. Joan Ngetich, Public Communications Officer. Mr. Leonard Wambalaba, Public Communication Officer. Ms. Lily Masulia, Office of the Speaker. Mr. Richard Sirengo, ICT Officer, and Ms. Jennifer Mayo, Welfare Officer. On behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I welcome the delegation to the Senate and wish them well for the remainder of their visit. I thank you. Senator Ambito.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to welcome members of the County Assembly from Trans Nzoia County, my county. And we're very pleased to have you here today at the Senate. This is the place where we work together with you. We want to assure you that for devolution to work, the Senate and the County Assembly must work very, very closely. And I really thank you for the effort you have put in so far. But we still have a lot of challenges in our county. We still have a lot of issues we need to grapple with. And as you come here to benchmark, let's hope that you will be able to look into the matters, issues to do with devolution, issues to ensure that all funds coming from Nairobi, from the central government, is utilized properly and effectively for our people. So mine is to thank you, and you've actually come at the right time when the Senate Public Accounts Committee will also be talking to your governor, our governor, and tomorrow at 9 o'clock, he will be appearing before the committee, where he'll be answering some questions. And expect some fireworks tomorrow, because we have a lot of questions for him. We need to see to it that he is answerable to our people. So once more, let me thank you for coming, and feel welcome, and hope to meet you after this session so that you can share a cup of coffee. Thank you very much.
Senator Wetangula Moses.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to join you in welcoming the Public Accounts Committee from Trans Nzoia County. Mr. Speaker, Trans Nzoia County is a county that is politically under my jurisdiction, because the ruling party in Trans Nzoia is Ford Kenya, led by yours truly. And Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to see the MCAs, whom I know personally, each and every one of them, and welcome them to the Senate, and remind them that they hold the unique position in the structure of devolution as being the primary oversight institution. Before anything gets to the Senate, Mr. Speaker, the County Assembly is enjoined in law and in the Constitution to pass budgets and to track the implementation of budgets and to audit the use of public resources. So I want to welcome you. This is a house that is different from the other house. This is a house of people who think, people who talk, people who debate maturely, and people who debate free of emotions. This is a house that does the allocation of resources to your counties. Of course, the only dark cloud that befell this house is when members were tricked into voting to open the debt ceiling 2 weeks ago. But yours truly here stood firm and said Kenya is overburdened with debt. I want to encourage you as you meet tomorrow with the Public Accounts Committee of this House to act without fear or favor to ensure that each and every cent we vote here to come to the county is put to good use. I will be available to meet you either today or tomorrow, depending on your schedule. And Mr. Speaker, as I finish, like Eliud Kipchoge said, the human being has no limit. Among my MCAs in the gallery there, one is a former boda rider. I want to encourage him to stand up. Ben Wanyonyi Mulipuko is a graduate from the boda riding troops of Kitale. And he was popularly elected as an MCA. So there's no limit in what a human being can achieve. Thank you, and you're welcome.
Senator Christine Sawadi.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Nami pia vile vile nachukua fursa hii kuwakaribisha MCAs wa Trans Nzoia. Nikiwa vile vile nami pia nilikuwa MCA wa Kilifi County. Kwa hivyo nataka niwakaribishe, na vile Mheshimiwa amesema hakuna mipaka. Kwa hivyo kesho kutwa mwanzo jipata pia nyinyi mko hapa. Si maajabu, inawezekana. Kwa hivyo nataka kuwapa motisha kwamba inawezekana. Na pia vile vile nikiwa County Assembly kulikuwa na mambo kama haya ambayo mmekuja kuangalia hapa. Utakuta na mkue makini sana wakati mnapoangalia, kwa sababu tulipata kuna pesa fulani wanaingiza kwa account pengine casual, wanaweka pesa millions of money, wanaweka pesa nyingi kwa hiyo account, mamilioni ya pesa, kisha baadaye yule kibarua atatoa zile pesa, achukue kafungu kadogo, alafu zile zingine anapeana kwa wenye wameweka hizo pesa. Kwa hivyo pia mkue makini wakati mnaangalia biashara zenu mnavyozifanya, muhakikishe mambo kama hayo pia mnayaangalia. Lakini hakuna cha ajabu, mambo ni yale ambayo mko nayo pia kwa akaunti zenu, na vile vile kila mahali yanaweza kutokea. Lakini zaidi ya yote jipeni moyo, mwanzo hasa kina mama, viongozi waheshimiwa kina mama, mtajipata mko senate ama mpiganie viti vya women rep, inawezekana. Karibuni sana.
Senator Mary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for also giving me a chance to welcome the delegation from Trans Nzoia. One time I was able to visit their county with Senator Wetangula in a committee that was investigating issues of maize. And some of the MCAs that we met were very welcoming, and they were also very informed in terms of functions that are devolved. And therefore I want to really welcome them, and I want to encourage them to really learn quite a lot on issues that are supposed to be handled by county governments, and more so issues of budgets. Budgets that we allocate should also be allocated to programs that will benefit the people they serve in their counties, from the wards levels to the county headquarters, and make sure that they reduce issues of inequalities, where some wards benefit on flagship projects because they are favorites of a governor. And also they should look at distributing that money equally to programs that will benefit everyone, and especially women programs. I want to encourage my colleagues, female MCAs, if they are there, to be wearing a gender lens eye when it comes to allocation of money to programs that will benefit either gender. I'm not saying that programs to be allocated money should only benefit women, but they should benefit both women and men and our youth, more so our youth because they are mostly vulnerable. I want to wish them all the best as they study procedures and rules and regulations that govern the Senate, and I want to assure them our support when we are in this house. I also want to assure them that we are calling for the implementation of the ad hoc committee on maize that visited Trans Nzoia, and we shall make sure that whatever that we resolve in that committee will be implemented. Thank you.
Senator Cleophas Malala.
Thank you. For purposes of the members of the County Assembly of Trans Nzoia to know me, I am Senator Cleophas Malala of Amani National Congress. Mr. Speaker, I want to welcome my colleagues from the Trans Nzoia County Assembly, and I want to allude to the statements made by my senior Senator Moses Wetangula that no human is limited. Myself, I'm a pure example of that statement. I was a member of County Assembly just like you. Here I am the Deputy Minority Leader, and I'm also looking at greater things in future. So I want to encourage you. I want to encourage you that the steps you are taking are steps that are going to take you places. Second, I want to encourage all county assemblies to ensure that they execute their mandates as provided in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, one thing I realize about county assemblies, they take a lot of time to ensure that the budget cycle is achieved. From the budget outlook paper, from the fiscal strategy paper, to the budget estimates, Mr. Speaker. But once those budgets are passed, we do not have a focused implementation strategy to ensure that those budgets are implemented in the manner in which the respective county assemblies passed them. So I would like to encourage the members of the county assembly that your role is oversight. Do not mix your party allegiance and party politics to dilute your core mandate of oversight. Make sure whatever resolutions you make in your respective county assemblies are implemented to the latter. That is the role Wananchi gave you, and I believe with the capacity you have, I've seen a lot of competence in the recent past in MCAs. There has been a wild speculation that MCAs are people who are backward, people who are not learned, but I've seen even doctors who are MCAs. So I want to encourage MCAs to continue executing their mandate in the manner in which is required as per our Constitution. And at the Senate, we are here to support you. Otherwise, thank you and welcome to the Senate. Thank you.
Senator Isaboy Juma.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kunipa fursa hii pia kuweza kukaribisha waheshimiwa katika County Assembly ya Trans Nzoia. Karibuni sana katika Senate. Kama mnavyojua sisi hapa Senate ni oversight katika county zetu. Lakini na nyinyi pia muwe macho kabisa. Muwe tuko pamoja na nyinyi katika shughuli zetu hizi ambazo tunazofanya katika county. Manake mara nyingi sana sisi huku tunaambiwa huko katika mashinani, hasa kule kwetu Kwale. Natoa mfano kama kule Kwale, Mheshimiwa Spika, hii kazi tunayofanya, pesa zinazokwenda katika kaunti zetu, wale wakubwa katika kaunti zetu wanasema kwamba sisi kama maseneta hatufanyi kazi yote, na wala hizo pesa haziletwi na maseneta. Mimi kitu nawaomba waheshimiwa ambao mko hapa kutoka Trans Nzoia, mtuunge mkono sisi maseneta sana, kwa sababu sisi ndio jicho lenu nyinyi, na jicho letu sisi katika county ni nyinyi waheshimiwa katika county assembly. Hasa nyinyi katika Trans Nzoia msimame imara kabisa, kwa sababu kama si nyinyi, hii mambo ya pesa za makaunti mara nyingi sana huwa zinafujwa vibaya sana na hao magavana wetu sisi. Kwa hivyo nawakaribisha katika seneti hii, na mjue kwamba sisi tuko na nyinyi na tunafanya kazi pamoja na nyinyi. Kwa hivyo karibuni sana. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Mtula Kilonzo Jr.
Thank you, Speaker. In just a few minutes, I want to welcome the County Assembly members from Trans Nzoia and bring to your attention that this Senate has been investigating the medical leasing equipment. Trans Nzoia County is one of the counties where equipment is lying idle in one of the hospitals. I'm reliably informed that the committee will be visiting you next week. We are counting on you to see that public resources are prudently spent. The country has spent so much money on this medical leasing, and those equipment should have helped the people of Trans Nzoia. A statement from you on this regard would help us in our fight to ensure that people do not procure equipment that is not necessary or procure equipment where they have not checked that that equipment is necessary. Thank you.
Finally, on the welcome of the House Business Committee of Trans Nzoia County Assembly, I give this chance to Senator Mithika Linturi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, with due respect and humility, welcome the Trans Nzoia County membership into the Senate and take this opportunity to remind them what their role as the MCs is. Many have sinned, and don't really have to overemphasize the aspect of oversight in terms oversight of their counties, of the role in the duty to ensure that whatever resources are taken to the counties are properly utilized for the good people of the area of Trans Nzoia or any other country for purposes of those MCAs that may be listening to this. And with Mr. Speaker, MCAs, just like many other people or any other leaders, are people that run the risk of serious compromise when certain serious issues are before them. And I would want them to advise them to completely resist this aspect by the executive in compromising them whenever they are dispensing their mandate, whenever they are doing their duties, Mr. Speaker, because the manner in which the economy is, county assembly members from what I've gathered from a number that I've seriously interacted with, Mr. Speaker, I'm being lured or I'm being cheated by the county governors that in the event that you take a firm position and stand on matters that touch on whatever you are doing, they risk losing development projects in their ones. They risk getting whatever is due to them. I want to tell them this is a lie, and I would want to ask them to kindly look clearly on the County Governments Act, Section 9, Subsection 2. The law prohibits from becoming agents of implementing county government projects, and for that matter, and they shouldn't get into that position, because when you make yourself an agent of development, an agent of implementing county government projects, you will not run away from that kind of compromise from the governors. And finally, Mr. Speaker, they also must be in a position to know, especially in terms of timing of the CEC members that appear before them, to ensure that such debate, such matters, when I'm being censured for debate by them, they are made when there's good time. I know of a county last week, Mr. Speaker, where the deputy governor appeared before the committee. And since there has been delay in the release of finances, the committee was asked to decide whether to take a long time in examining what was before them as the agenda of the day, or just give time or excuse the county executive member to go and deal with a matter that touches on their allowance. Mr. Speaker, so I would want them to really understand that even this Senate will go long away in ensuring that there is independence of the county assemblies, even if it means creating or getting a vote that will be able to use to run their own affairs, because without that, Mr. Speaker, then we have a problem. Devolution will be under threat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Honorable Senators, I would like to Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speakers Gallery this afternoon of visiting members of Strathmore University Debate Society. They are 1, Juguna Macharia, 2, Eden Katwiku, 3, Wairimu Manyara, Mupa Betsa, Arnold Ombasa, Kiragu Kimani, Tracy Nduta, Yvonne Nyagi, Angela Gekaga, Ali Abdulatif, Bill Muthundo. On behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I welcome them to the Senate and I wish them well for the remainder of their stay. I thank you.
Senator Agnes Zane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to join you in welcoming this brilliant young group of boys and girls, young men and young women who are at the gallery this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, these are students, as you have said, from Strathmore Debating Society. And we were very privileged last week to meet a number of them at an engagement between Senate and Talbag Forum, where quite a number of senators were involved in giving them talks and talking about various things. And this particular group was very excited about this interaction, and they said, we'd like to come and see the Senate, visit the Senate, and see the senators debate. And we said, you're most welcome to do this. So, Mr. Speaker, I join you in welcoming them because I'm very happy that they've come to the gallery today. They're here to watch us debate, as you might have heard, as even we welcomed the delegation from Trans Nzoia, that we are a Senate, the Senate of Kenya, and we deal with the interests of county. We take care of the interests of counties. So most of the issues that we discuss are issues to do with counties. If you look through the order paper, for example, today you'll hear us discuss several bills, including the Alternative Dispute Resolution Bill, the Registration of Persons Amendment Bill, and many other bills. This particular group, Mr. Speaker, also is involved in debating. And what was very interesting about them is that they almost go very close to the Oxford Union and Cambridge Union in terms of really endearing themselves to having debates about social issues, economic issues, cultural issues that are very, very key for development in this country. So we feel very encouraged, Mr. Speaker, that at this young age, they're already beginning to take into cognizance issues about this country, debate about them, be able to express themselves, Mr. Speaker, even as they move forward later on to becoming young men and women politicians. And I think by us having interacted with them at the Talbag Forum, it gave them that sort of energy and interest about what we do as a Senate and also for themselves as they move forward. I found them as a group of very young, vibrant, very confident men and women. And I think this is what we need in this country, Mr. Speaker. So even as we welcome them, we want to encourage the youth of this country to tell them that it is your time to speak. The ideas that you're bringing on the floor to the fore for everybody to listen to are ideas we need to listen to. We need to have the freshness and the newness of all these ideas that you bring on the fore. And I'm sure even as you interact with us this afternoon, you'll see some of the senators who were there during the Talbag Forum, including Senator Kajwang, who have just seen walk in, Senator Ledama Kina, who have seen walk in, among other senators. You met Senator Wetangula when you came in early. So we are all working together on this and want to encourage even other delegations of such young people to come to the Senate, to hear us debate, to know that we are together in this long journey for the development of this country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What is it, Senator Kajwang?
Mr. Speaker, I was begging the opportunity to join Senator Dr. Agnes Zane in welcoming the group from Strathmore University. And if you give me a minute, I will do that very soon.
You are on an intervention here.
Yeah. I heard Senator Zane call my name, and so naturally, I rose to defend myself from imaginary forces.
Okay, proceed, Senator.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to welcome the team from Strathmore University. Considering that it is a debating club, I believe that this mission to them is extremely important. When we were in school, primary school, and at the university, the debating clubs looked up to the members of the legislature to shape our perspectives and to shape our ideas around debate.
And I hope that today the House will be orderly and not in its usual loud consultation mode, so that the boys and girls from Strathmore can take away something. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Strathmore University is a university that enforces and insists on values and morals on the parts of the students. And I do hope that if nowhere else, but in this Senate, these students will find values and morals that they can resonate with, that they can identify with. There is a serious deficit of values and morals in our public discourse and in our politics. And Mr. Speaker, I want to call upon members of the Senate, which includes very prominent persons like Senator Haji, who has been chairing a very important national discourse, that this Senate shall live up to its billing as the house of sober reflection, and this house shall live up to its billing as the house where young boys and girls who are looking for inspiration and who are looking for role models will come to. Mr. Speaker, I also want to extend an open suggestion to the Strathmore Debating Club that in the spirit of Oxford and Harvard and other universities, they should ensure that they call upon members of the public, particularly state officers, especially senators, to join them on their evenings, and they can organize debating days, and we will be very willing to attend those debating days at Strathmore University. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senators, there is high interest. We request every senator who wish to contribute to welcome them, to limit their contribution, their welcoming remarks. 2 minutes. Senator Faria Haji.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I am so proud to be associated with Strathmore Business School because I did my CPA Section 6 and Section 4 there. So I am very honored to see you at the gallery, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I can attest to this. There's a lot of gap in terms of the understanding of the financial issues, because as a country, we need to fight corruption with head-on. If you don't understand the nitty-gritties of issues that you need to understand, then the fight becomes a little bit more harder. So I look upon the people who are there and the future upcoming accountants, not to shy away from politics. They should be able to be in politics so that they can make a difference in terms of ensuring that corruption is capped in this country, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, with the ongoing corruption, our very existence as a country is under threat, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, because Strathmore is, is a business school that is leadership in terms of business ideas, in terms of research, and therefore quality education, then we look upon them to come to this house and come and contribute positive in terms of our fight forward. And Mr. Speaker, the other issue is that Senate is house of wisdom, Mr. Speaker. If there is any learning to happen in terms of how great debaters are undertaken, this is where you can find it, Mr. Speaker. So I welcome the students from Strathmore University, and I also wish to welcome the committee from Trans Nzoia County. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Abdullahi Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to welcome the students from Strathmore to the Senate. Karibuni sana. I also want to welcome belatedly the MCAs from Trans Nzoia. Mr. Speaker, sir, when people talk of young people, this and that, I think you guys are not young. This is your time. Take your time, join. Once you finish college, you have the right to be a member of any community in this country. You can join any whatever parliament from 18 and above, and most of you are that age and above. So when you are told your days are tomorrow, I don't believe in that. Your days are today. Make use of it, work hard, and you can do anything. An American rich man called Warren Buffett talked about the three things: intelligence, energy, and integrity. And if you don't have integrity, whether you're very energetic or not is meaningless. Whether you're intelligent or not is meaningless. What problem we have in Kenya is integrity. We have a problem of integrity, and whether you're an accountant or not, whether you're a doctor or whatever, if you have no integrity, you will not go anywhere. So work hard, make sure that your first motto is integrity, and Kenya will go forward. Thank you. Karibuni.
Senator Hargura Godana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to join you and my colleagues to welcome the students from Strathmore. As a parent of a student in Strathmore, and having gone through 2 public universities in Kenya, I can attest that that is a university with a very different mindset. I've attended the parents' meeting, and even you see the way the students talk, the ones who are on the dean's list find confident students who understand what they talk about, and I wish them a fruitful day in the Senate so that they can see how we do our debating, being from the debating society, and I think they need to know that the future of this country is in their hands, and they need to prepare themselves for it. Thank you.
Senator Samson Sharage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I want to take this opportunity to join you in welcoming the students from Strathmore University and wish them well. As we know, being young is not easy, and their Senator Sakaja, is here with us. Being young in this country, Mr. Speaker, sir, is not very easy. When HELP want to publish your names and faces being reporters in the national newspapers, you are joining KTN, Kenya Tamaking Network, so it is not an easy to be a young person in this country. One I want to challenge these young people is that you need to be innovative. I know Strathmore University is one of the best institutions in the country. We want to wish you well. We want you to be innovative and ensure that learn what you can. And welcome to the club. As Senator Ali has said, don't let anybody tell you tomorrow is your day. This is it. So don't wait until you are being told that you are the future. The future is now. If you want to join leadership and politics, you are welcome. Some of us are ready to mentor you and ensure that you do very well. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want to welcome the members of County Assembly of Trans Nzoia County and wish them well. I know their party leader, Senator Moses Wetangula, had spoken about it. But I want to assure Senator Moses Wetangula, as we go into 2022 with BBI in mind, we shall ensure Trans Nzoia becomes a Jubilee stronghold. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Order, honorable members. What's it, Senator Moses Kajwang? Oh, Senator Wetangula.
Yes. No, it was a point of order, actually.
I want to altercate with my distinguished learned junior. But, Mr. Speaker, as we say, every dream is legitimate and valid, including wild ones. I want to tell my colleague from Nandi that Trans Nzoia is very clearly for Kenya. It will remain so forever and ever. Amen.
Honorable senators, what is it, Senator Dr. Abdullahi Ali?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have been informed by the Honorable Senator from Trans Nzoia that the County Assembly of Trans Nzoia is Jubilee. So the county government is for Kenya, but the County Assembly is Jubilee, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Let's proceed, honorable senators. Senator Gertrude Msuruve.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for giving me this opportunity to join you in welcoming the County Assembly of Trans Nzoia in the House. I also want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to also welcome the students from Strathmore University in the House. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that Strathmore University is actually known as an institution of learning that has a mission of ensuring that they create an all-round student that will go back to the society and ensure that he is serving the society. Strathmore University is committed to lifelong learning and service to society. And Mr. Speaker, that is why some of them are here just to learn from the leaders. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, it is a noble opportunity
there are teachings that the classroom can never give you, Mr. Speaker. Like, for instance, the teachings that the students will get here are just teachings that they will interact with the leaders, they'll pick a leaf from the leaders, and by the time they go back to the university, they will not remain the same, Mr. Speaker. So I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that it is a good opportunity for them to come here, see how we are debating, see how the female leaders are debating, how the male leaders are debating with regard to issues of national importance in this country, Mr. Speaker, so that eventually, even when they take over the baton, they will know some of the key issues that are really important and salient in our nation. So I actually congratulate you for welcoming the students in the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Ledama Olekina.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you. Mr. Speaker, sir, on the 12th of June, I read in the headlines that Strathmore University had defeated Harvard Law School in a competition that was held in Geneva, Switzerland. That was one of the most important days of my life, to note that a university in Kenya is actually can compete with Ivy Leagues. That made me very proud. I have also visited Strathmore severally to be able to participate to different Senate and Strathmore joint meetings. And I'm quite pleased that today the students who belong to the debating club are here. I want to encourage you to come as young legislators, or even as legislators in this country. We don't always know everything. So I think it is about time that you spend some time, share with us your knowledge, so that whatever we do, it is to better the future and to ensure that this country does not go into the dogs. Recently, we made some very controversial decisions in this House that has put the future of this country at risk. Some of us, yes, might be able to afford to pay the debt, but if we do not take advice from you, your kids might continue having a lot of challenges in terms of meeting even their daily needs, because most of the money from this country will go into paying debts. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I welcome them. And I also welcome the members from Trans Nzoia, and I would like to extend an invitation for them to come tomorrow, if they're going to spend the night here, to be able to participate in CPIC, because I believe tomorrow we'll be hosting the governor of Trans Nzoia to go through the fiduciary responsibility. With those few remarks, I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Mbogo George Ochila Ayako.
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to join my colleagues in welcoming students from Strathmore University and also members of the County Assembly of Trans Nzoia to this very good house. I want to associate myself with Strathmore. My daughter is a student at Strathmore. I believe she is one of the debaters. I do not know whether she is here, but I want to say that the feedback I get at home is that Strathmore is a very good debating school. They are currently the world champions in debate, and I'm sure they have come to the right place to continue deepening their knowledge in debate. The direction the world is taking is resolution of issues on the basis of persuasion, on the basis of civility, and on the basis of debate. So I want to encourage our children to continue entrenching the culture of debate, the culture of dialogue, and the culture of persuasion, because that is how the society can move forward. To members of the County Assembly of Trans Nzoia, you represent a county that holds great expectation for us Kenyans. It is a county that feeds Kenyans. It's a good county. I hope that you take the privilege bestowed upon you by people of Trans Nzoia to ensure that your county executive delivers for yourselves and for Kenyans. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wambua Enokio.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to join you and colleagues in welcoming students from Strathmore. The Speaker, as some of your colleagues have said, I've also had the opportunity to pass through Strathmore Business School, where I undertook a course on executive leadership. And I want to encourage the visiting students to pursue debate as a way of exchanging ideas as a way of appreciating and tolerating different perspectives and views in life. For the visiting delegation from Trans Nzoia, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage them and challenge them that they have a responsibility under the law and under the Constitution to undertake a primary oversight on the use of funds allocated to the county government. Mr. Speaker, we have witnessed lately unholy alliances between county assemblies and the executives. And it should be remembered by the visiting delegation and all members of county assemblies that the county governments in this country constitute both the executive and the legislative arms. And that as much as the legislature would want to assist the executive to undertake their projects, they have a primary role to undertake oversight to ensure proper use of public resources. As Speaker, I welcome them.
Finally, Senator Sakaja Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. I'm glad that I came when you were still on this order. Otherwise, the students from Strathmore would think their senator is a truant and doesn't come to the House. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to assure them that their senator is always in the House and is doing his best to represent them in Nairobi City County and in the House. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage these students. Many years ago, I was in a similar debating society. I'm glad, you know.
What is it, Senator Malala?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind my good senator from Nairobi that Strathmore University is a national institution, and it's not an institution for Nairobi. We have students all the way from Namulungu in Kakamega County, and therefore you cannot want to own Strathmore University. Thank you.
Proceed, Senator Sakaja.
Mr. Speaker, not only is Strathmore in the heart of Nairobi, Nairobi West, there are 47 counties, but one super senator. And so even the ones from Kakamega are mine, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the point I was making is that they must see what they do, not as a destination, but as the beginning of a journey. This country is ripe to be reset in many aspects. It's this generation, Mr. Speaker, of young people like them, young people like some who are in the House, and even some who might be older but have good ideas and young ideas that will change a country. Every generation must be able to define its moment and its cause, and I'm sure that we'll walk towards that path of redeeming our country with these young people. The world is your oyster. Let no one ever tell you that there's something you cannot do, and I wish you all the best as you go on with your studies. Mr. Speaker, also finally to welcome the members from Trans Nzoia County Assembly. That is also another county of mine, Mr. Speaker. Of course, the substantive senator is Senator Mbito, but that is my home county, Mr. Speaker, in addition to Kakamega, and I'm glad that they are here. These are members I know very well. They have excelled in many respects. I just hope, and I want to echo what one of the members here have said, that in many counties we are seeing almost an unholy alliance that is being formed between governors and members of county assembly, and the oversight is not being done. I'm confident that these members will not let that happen, and they will be able to take care of our county of Trans Nzoia, Karibuni, Nairobi County, and I'm sure it feels good to be welcomed in Nairobi by your own when you're in Nairobi and when you're back at home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, statements.
Order, Honorable Senators. Statements pursuant to Standing Order number 48-1. Senator for Taita Taveta County, Senator Jonas Maruma. Honorable Senators, we proceed to statements pursuant to Standing Order 51-1B. What's your point of order, Senator Haneri?
Mr. Speaker, I have a statement on 48-1.
I know it is not on the order paper, but it's been approved, and I have the green light from the Speaker to...
Proceed, Senator.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, thank you for indulgence. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 48, paragraph 1, I rise to seek a statement from the Chairperson of Standing Committee on Lands, Environment and Natural Resources concerning the inability to manage and mitigate natural disasters in the country. Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the Chairperson should, number one, explain why Kenyans across the country are still experiencing adverse negative effects of floods and drought caused by normal and predictable weather conditions. Number two, explain measures taken by the national government to encourage counties to set aside funds to be used for the implementation and mitigation of effects of climate disasters as stipulated in the National Climate Change Action Plan 2018-2019. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, explain measures put in place by the national government to promote harvesting, storage, and distribution of rainwater for domestic use across the country during dry seasons. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Dr. Abdullahi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank the Senator for Vihiga for bringing this statement. Mr. Speaker, sir, this country is in a mess. In areas like where we come from, in northern Kenya, when there's drought, people die of lack of water, there's hunger, there's everything. When it rains like now, there's floods, there's hunger, and there are a lot of problems, inaccessibility. People are suffering, they get hungry because they cannot access food. And it has been happening on and off for the last 50 years, Mr. Speaker. And every time when there are these problems, we complain, whether in the House of the Senate, in the National Assembly, years in, years out, and nothing happens. The national government does not have any disaster mitigation action. There are no policies. There are no nothing. There's National Drought Management. It's called NDMA. It has been there for the last 20 years. You don't know what it does. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to ask this committee to look into this thing seriously. There is special programs in the office of the president, and I don't know what they do. So a lot of money is misused, a lot of money is put into these issues, and nothing happens to those people who suffer in those rural areas, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Senator Ledama Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to support the statement by my good friend, Senator Haniri. And Mr. Speaker, sir, this House was created to be able to defend the interests of counties and their governments. I don't think it is a national government role to encourage county government to come up with mechanism on how they can harvest water. I think it is us, and we need to take up our role seriously. We need to be able to engage the county assemblies, and I'm quite happy that the County Assembly of Trans Nzoia is here today. I think before you pass any budget, if you experience droughts, if you experience floods in your county, I think the first thing for you to do is to ensure that you have a disaster management policy, which should be, the first one should be pending bills, you pay them out. The second one should be, the second charge on your account should be in the issue of disaster. This is a problem. I don't think us complaining or lamenting or even asking my good friend Senator Githiomi to be able to investigate this matter will resolve. I think it's about time that we come up with a proper legislation, engage the county assemblies so that we can take our people's interests at hand. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, this is not the national government will not give us a solution. They have not given us a solution for all those years. I remember during the Nisumkate era, there was a disaster management coordination board, which was trying to coordinate from different ministries. It is about time that we think of a
Honorable
permanent
Senators,
solution.
consult in law tones.
So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you.
What is it, Senator Abdullahi?
Friend, Senator Ledama sat down. But is it in order to mislead the public and the House that the national government has no role when most of the money, over 90% of the budget of Kenya is with the national government and the counties only get a mere 11%?
Order, honorable senators. What is it, Senator Kajwang?
Mr. Speaker, is a senator for Narok in order to disclaim the role of the national government when it comes to disaster management, and yet in the 4th schedule of the Constitution, the 24th function of the national government is disaster management, including some of the disasters that are happening in the Mau. Mr. Speaker, is in order to mislead this House.
Honorable senators, we will proceed. Honorable Senator Olekina, you need to respond. Are you in order?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I am quite in order. Article 189 of this Constitution talks about the cooperation between national and county governments. If the national government has decided to give a blind eye on things that are happening in our county governments, should we follow suit? I think it also behooves us, wait. Can I just finish?
Order, Senator Sakaja. Do you
No,
need to
I
be
do
informed?
wish to- I- no, I do wish to be
Order,
informed.
Senator. Do you need to be informed?
Absolutely.
Senator Sakaja.
Mr. Speaker, it is normal for colleagues to allow information, not to be hesitant. So I don't know what the hesitation was, but quickly, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inform Senator Ledama, as well as the House. Senator Kajwang has pointed out the 4th schedule about the roles of national government, and clearly there's disaster management. In part 2, schedule number 12 talks about disaster management as well as a county function. This is what we call a concurrent function that both arms of government have to deal with. So it is not just blame on one side. Now, because of that, Mr. Speaker, in this House in its wisdom passed a bill sponsored by Senator Mutula and myself. We co-sponsored this bill on disaster management and cooperation between national government agencies and the counties. Mr. Speaker, the question we must ask ourselves as a House is why that bill has been stuck in the National Assembly for more than 9 months, actually possibly a year, in the National Assembly, and they have decided to designate it as a money bill, that they have gone to the budget office, to Treasury to find out. That is the real problem. Because there are resources in national government, there are resources in county government that should deal with flooding. One day it's flooding, tomorrow it is drought. The framework is there. Mr. Speaker, that is where the focus should be. And I would like to urge Senator Kaniri, or if I can do it through this intervention, that is part of the question that the Committee on Lands need to ask, not just on the policy, because there was also another bill coming from national government to deal with the concurrence of this function of disaster management. What happens is everybody knows this work must be done by somebody, but somebody will not do it because somebody thinks that somebody else is doing it. Money is being stolen through disaster management, purported disaster management.
Let's proceed, honorable senators. Senator Ledama Olekina, you are well informed, and your time is over. You've concluded. You already
Mr.
concluded.
Speaker, it's only fair for me to conclude. Just
Proceed,
30
1
seconds.
minute. 1
Okay,
minute,
1
Senator
minute.
Olekina.
Thank you so much, Senator Sakaja. And this is precisely the point that I was trying to bring across. We cannot be shifting blame. I think we can be able to learn from the mess in health. Maybe that's not a very good example. But the national government took over that role, which is supposed to be implemented by the county government. So I thank Senator Sakaja for informing this House, and I think it's about time that we should follow through so that we see an end. If that legislation can be able to be implemented fully, then we cannot be passing the blame. I know Senator Gideon is very good and he's diligent, and he can be able to give a solution. But I think it also behooves us to be able to come up with those solutions in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable senators, we have to make progress. I've seen high interest on this statement, and I will request every senator who wish to contribute on the statement to limit their respective contribution to only 2 minutes. Senator Dr. Agnes Zani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to support this statement and just wish to say that we've left our natural resources for far too long to be left in such a disorganized manner. And communities have cried out over and over again. And we know what the issues are. We know what happens every year. One time and one season we have a lot of water, the next time we don't have a lot of water. The next thing is we have communities that, for example, need to have certain money or certain assets. Though they have been very rich in supplying certain natural resources, they're not able to do that. And I was coming to this point about the bills. There are so many bills that are stuck on this. Recently, we've seen, Mr. Speaker, many Kenyans are asking, for example, about the oil sale that was done and what sort of revenue went back to the communities. And we know, Mr. Speaker, in this House, we've worked so hard over time to ensure that this sector is organized. We have the disaster management bill that Senator Sakaja has mentioned. We have the natural resources bill. Unfortunately, all these have ended up as a sort of money bills at the National Assembly. But Mr. Speaker, we need to be able, I think, through this statement to put these issues across, because communities are suffering and communities are looking unto us to be able to make these decisions. So we would like in that statement to have clarity about the way forward, clarity about what we're going to do with these bills, clarity about policies that need to be put into place, clarity about what's going to go back to communities, clarity about what communities do when there's too much rain, when there's drought in their communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Attention, Senator Cleophas Malala and Munyi Haji Mohammed, Senator for Mombasa. You are constantly on interventions.
Yes, constantly.
What's it, Senator?
It was not constantly intervention, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to draw your attention to a statement I made last week. I requested for a statement on the FKF elections, which are scheduled to take place this weekend. I wanted to find out whether the statement was assigned to any committee and what the committee is doing the statement, because the elections are scheduled to start this weekend. And if they proceed, then whatever we made, whatever statement I requested for will be overtaken by events. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator, noted. What is it, Senator Sakaja?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that statement came to a committee. Our committee has deliberated on the matter. We understand the urgency, the elections happening, football, in the next few days. Mr. Speaker, in our deliberation as a committee, we said these elections are governed by certain rules. And as a committee, we will not be able to injunct or to stop or to interfere with, because we also have the FIFA rules that are currently prevailing. And I think there's a member who put it very clearly. I think Senator Pogisio, who was in the committee, and Senator Melgo, that on the larger issues of FKF we're dealing with, we've invited them. But in terms of an election that is coming, we've seen what happens when government interferes or parliament interferes before it is done. Mr. Speaker, if anything is done outside the Sports Act, then we'll have recourse as parliament or through the court process. But between now and then, we cannot preempt the action and say it is unlawful, yet it has not been done, Mr. Speaker. That was the lawyers can help me with that. That is the predicament we find ourselves in. The FIFA rules are very, very, very sensitive when it comes to stopping a process that is already ongoing, or intervention or interference by courts, by executive or by parliament. So that was a deliberation as a committee today. We've written to them on the wider raft of issues, including the Sports Act being implemented by all these federations, including the issue of the Sports Arts and Development Fund. Senator Mutula is aware of that because he also asked a question on that, and those ones we'll deal with based on our mandate and our powers. So what we've advised actually is if anybody is aggrieved when that is done this weekend, there are now legal avenues that can be pursued, and even it can come to us, then we will not be injuncting and going against the FIFA rules and the Sports Act, Mr. Speaker.
What's it, Senator Wetangula?
When Senator Mwinyi brought the statement, the distinguished Senator for Nairobi, my distinguished nephew, was not in the House. You are. I contributed to this statement, Mr. Speaker. So did Senator Orengo and a few others. Mr. Speaker, the football management in this country is a disaster. It has embarrassed everybody to the extent where, Mr. Speaker, as we gave an example, even our neighbor Somalia has defeated us in football. And Mr. Speaker, what other countries do, and I expect...
What is it, Senator Haji?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to defend a neighboring country. Although Somalia was a failed state, now they have a president, and they have a cabinet, and they have a parliament, and therefore they have very good footballers for the world of the world.
Proceed, Senator Wetangula.
I don't think my good friend, the BBI chair, is defending Somalia because it has a president. He should declare his interest. Mr. Speaker, what the committee should do and must do is not to become legalistic and hide behind the shield of FIFA rules. I know for a fact, and Senator Sakaja is right, that FIFA is very sensitive to any form of interference in the management of football under their affiliates. And I believe FKF is an affiliate. But, Mr. Speaker, extraordinary problems require extraordinary decisions to alter the situation. Countries like Nigeria, that are good footballing nations, Mr. Speaker, have at times suspended the management of football, made the wrath of FIFA, suspended from FIFA for 2-3 years, and rebuild their football. So that we get profiteers, charlatans, and con people out of the management of football. Because, Mr. Speaker, people who run our football are just people who are looking for money. The Ministry for Sports that the committee should deal with, invite Minister Amina and ask her what extraordinary measures is she undertaking to streamline the management of football. I think you'll be acquitted sufficiently, my nephew, once you do that. Don't come and tell us about FIFA rules. We know them. We know them.
Chair, I request that you make your final contributions on this matter.
Mr. Speaker, I need to clarify one thing. Number one, I don't need to be acquitted because I'm not on the stand. It's football of Kenya that is on the stand. Mr. Speaker, the committee has said very clearly that we're dealing with this. In fact, Senator Wetangula has made a good case of the approach we're taking. That the matters and the problems in our sports management, and even within football, are so deep that they need to be looked at comprehensively. That it cannot be that we're just rushing to beat a deadline of an election on Saturday. If we sit down and we invite the minister, we invited the Sports Arts Development Fund, led by Moody Awori and his team, because they have 8.1 billion that's supposed to go to sports. We invited FKF. On top of FKF, Mr. Speaker, there are also other federations with issues, but we said we start with football. We want to thoroughly look at how it is being managed, whether it is being right, and where the rain started beating us. So it is not a rush to beat the deadline of Friday because there's an election. If we see fit, Mr. Speaker, in a week or 2 weeks when we have dealt with this issue and sat down with them properly, that we need to interfere and suspend it, it has been done before. It can be suspended. So that we get our act right. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, people were, we were sitting at the edge of our seats to see what will happen to us, Mr. Speaker, the other day with Togo. Because we don't even know which one we will win, which one we will lose. We have lost confidence in how we are performing. So we want to do it comprehensively. Senator Wetangula, you have been in football. You know I've been in football. I'm the patron of our biggest team in this country, AFC Leopards. And there are problems all over. But let us not do it in a rush just to show that, oh, we have intervened. Oh, we don't want to do it for PR. We want to be very thorough because football speaks to the heart of millions of Kenyan and millions of young people. So I understand Senator Faki's problem and urgency, but I'm just urging that we take this route. It will be better in the long run for football management in Kenya.
What is Dr. Ali?
Mr. Speaker, I went your direction on this. We were discussing statement on disasters. Now we are discussing FKF and politics of Mr. Speaker. Is this another disaster? Can you give us direction?
Order, Dr. Ali. Dr. Ali, out of order. This is a request, an intervention by Senator for Mombasa County, requesting the response of that statement, FKF statement. And I think the chair has already shed light on that.
Yes.
And now we proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, Dr. Ali should be informed that actually football is a disaster. And that's what we are discussing, disaster in football. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage again the chair of this committee. That, Mr. Speaker, the point that Mwinyi Haji, the senator for Mombasa, made is that what is going on is not an election. It's a mock election, pre-rigged before they even start holding elections. So this requires urgent intervention.
Order, honorable senators. Senator Bogisho.
Mr. Speaker, I think in a way we have an issue to talk about called football. But, Mr. Speaker, in the middle of an existing motion that's going on, football has suddenly taken over, Mr. Speaker, to the extent that we don't know whether now we are answering Mr. Faki or we are simply still seeking clarification on football, which I think ended, Speaker. My suggestion, or may I ask, Mr. Speaker, that you actually give direction, Speaker, on where we are, because I think the motion on the floor, Mr. Speaker, is about the disaster away from football. And I think that I think back and forth in football has taken over. Now we don't know where to start, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, we are on statements, clearly statements under 48(1). And I request Honorable Senators that we stick on the statements as read by Senator Haniri, your contributions. And already the chair for Labor and Sports have already given information on the statement, on the clarification raised by Senator for Mombasa. Finally, I will request Senator Wetangula to make his contributions on that statement, and that's the final contribution. And
on the Mwinyi statement?
Yes.
Mwinyi, Mr. Speaker, Senator Mwinyi made an intervention. Then the chair, rightly so, allowed the chairman of the committee to respond. His response elicited my intervention because when Senator Mwinyi brought the statement, actually we literally brought it together.
Senator Wetangula,
So,
now
now
make
that
your
I'm on the
final
floor,
intervention now on
okay,
that
on
statement.
the matter.
Yeah.
My final statement on this matter, Mr. Speaker, is that yes, the committee may have decided to do what they're doing, but there is a way the committee can summon the minister, FKF chair, and any other person involved, including but not limited to the Attorney General, and warn FKF that even as they're clouded with questionable integrity, they are busy doctoring and manipulating elections of FKF, locking out clubs in many parts of the country to perpetuate themselves, and telling them to stop the election for a period of 3-4 weeks to ensure that every legitimate participant be given time to participate is not interfering with FKF. And I think that can be done. And I encourage you, my distinguished nephew, to do that.
Honorable Senators, finally we have to make progress, and I will call next statement under 48(1), and that is Senator Fred Outa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48(1) to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations concerning the brutal killing of 6 bouncers from Kisumu County in Bumala, Busia County on Friday, 15th November 2019. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, the committee should, 1, explain what led to the brutal murder of the 6 bouncers in Bumala, Busia County. And 2, state what measures have been taken to ensure the perpetrators of the heinous act are brought to book. Number 3, explain what measures are in place to avert such events from recurring in future. And lastly, state what action the government is taking to help the bereaved families to offset the mortuary and burial cost. Mr. Speaker, as you know, before I was elected as senator, I was a member of parliament for Nyando for 2 terms. And that's where we have lost young people in a manner that is still not well understood. And it is my request to my chair, who is here, that these perpetrators must be brought to book. This heinous killing of innocent people who had just gone to a funeral in Busia ended up to be slaughtered like cows. And it's now my plea, even to the people of Kisumu County, to be calm as the government come in, because, Mr. Speaker, this has raised a lot of tension within the Kisumu County. And I want the government to move with speed, because killing people at once in one day from one area, that's a big loss. And I really plead to the chair that you move with speed, even as we're going to be able to lay them on this Friday to rest, so that these perpetrators must be brought to book. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sakaja. Chair.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, sir, I was many years ago a district officer in Nyando. And therefore, I wish, first of all, to send my condolences to the bereaved families. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to undertake that a statement to the request that has been made by my colleague, a senator, will be addressed maybe in a week's time, if possible, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Gertrude Msuruve.
Thank you, Chair, very much. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice. I want to commend Senator Outa for coming up with this statement. Mr. Speaker, it is really, really painful that 6 members of a family can just die like that. And it is also contravening our Constitution, Article 26, that everyone has a right to life, and also it compromises the issue of security. It is unfortunate that this thing happened, and Mr. Speaker, we should never condone mob justice in whatever form. People should never take law in their hands, and there's need, Mr. Speaker, for the committee to ensure that it really follows this issue up to the very end, and ensure that the perpetrators of this heinous activity are brought to book, because, Mr. Speaker, it will now serve as an example to other people who do such a thing. And, Mr. Speaker, it is very painful that these are very innocent people. They were not murderers, but they were actually, treated like murderers. And at the end of the day, we have people who might have lost their spouses, their children, and all that because of this this act. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the committee should act with speed so that justice is not delayed for these families that have been affected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Michael Mbito.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this statement by Senator Outa is very timely, because something is very wrong with our police force now. These such incidences are becoming rampant. Even just the other day, we had an issue in Saboti, in my county, where 2 university students were lynched by mobs. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, this is an issue that
What is it, Senator Haji?
As the honorable member, in order to accuse the police, whereas it is public knowledge that this was done by mob justice.
Mr. Speaker, it is common knowledge that it is the police whose duty it is to take care of the public. Whenever we have gatherings of public, it is the police to ensure security of the people of Kenya. So it is me to call upon the police to to pull up their socks, because such issues of mob justice has really taken up. The instances have really increased. Because even the other day, during the elections in Kibera, we saw a whole member of parliament being attacked by public, and the police stood there watching. So what is the work as a police force? Is it not to protect Kenyans? So I call upon the police to take their work very, very seriously, because they are abdicating from their duties. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Professor Samson Ongere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to request the committee, while answering this unfortunate situation where innocent people from Nyando were murdered, where they had gone to attend a funeral, that if you watch carefully these days, during the prime news, there is hardly any byline in the news without a mention of murder here and there. And that in itself is a reflection of our social fabric and the manner of how the public is responding to certain stresses and strains in society. Will therefore the committee, while looking at this singular case, be able to do a social audit, find out why there is so much rampant murders throughout the Republic of Kenya. And it does not spare the young children, does not spare the old people, does not spare the young middle-aged people. It cuts across the divide of the age groups. And I think there is something that the security organs should lay their hands on, because it's becoming very, very uncommon, very common rather, to see murders left, right, center, sometimes without even a reasonable cause. And I think this motion, this statement is timely. Maybe we should take that opportunity through the chair of security and maybe social committee and give us an update of what is happening in this nation.
Finally, Senator Faria Haji.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I also wish to thank Senator Auta for bringing this statement. Mr. Speaker, this week alone, one that went missing for some time, a lady who was killed plus her 3 children. There are also 2 ladies who have separately been murdered, Mr. Speaker. That is, spouse-related issues. Mr. Speaker, from the killings that's been going on, it looks like in this country, life has lost meaning, Mr. Speaker. Morality is no more, Mr. Speaker, because someone should have some compassion to ensure that at least life is precious and therefore we should not kill people. Mr. Speaker, I also wish the committee's investigation to extend to these 3 cases that happened within this week. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to advise ladies out there who are listening, please get this, sometimes the writing is on the wall, we just refuse to see. Please move on. Don't allow these maniacs to come and kill you in the name of having a husband who is just an animal. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Faria. Honorable Senators, we have to proceed. The statements stand committed on the National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations Committee. Next statement, Senator Falhada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to pursuant Standing Order 48.1. I rise to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Road and Transportation concerning the unidentified stowaway who fell from Kenya Airways flight to Heathrow on 30th June 2019. In the statement, the committee should state the identity of the stowaway who fell off Kenya Airways plane moments before it landed at London's Heathrow Airport on Sunday, 30th June 2019. and explain the circumstance under which the stowaway got access to the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport into the plane, and explain the measures put in place to prevent the reoccurrence of such situation in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Aaron Cheriot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important issue that is being raised by our colleague, Senator Falhada. In the last few weeks, Mr. Speaker, we've seen various government agencies take blame over what is or what should be regarded as a very serious issue of national security. Mr. Speaker, the dangers on the lives of the people who are on that particular flight cannot be overemphasized, Mr. Speaker. That Kenya Airports Authority was not prudent in executing its mandate is not in question. But what worries us the more, Mr. Speaker, is that instead of giving better explanation on what measures they intend to take so that, first of all, such instances do not recur, and giving the identity of this particular gentleman, all we are seeing is a game of blame game, Mr. Speaker, where nobody wants to take up responsibility. It is important that for this matter to be put properly to rest and for us to assure the rest of the countries that use Jomo Kenyatta International Airport that we are a serious country and we take security seriously, then the country deserves to know the truth about this particular issue. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge or request rather, Mr. Speaker, that instead of the usual 14 days, Mr. Speaker, that this matter be actually expedited and this House be briefed properly on it within the next 7 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Dr. Agnes Zani.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to support this statement as well. This is an issue that has captured the nation, and the very nature of the gruesome way that it happened is really shocking. It also highlights very clearly the issue we talk about, the issue of youth, the issue of unemployment, this desperation. But I think this statement probably wants to delve even deeper and try even to find out the issue of identity. That the identity of this stowaway is really still a question in dispute is really amazing and a little bit shocking. And as my colleague Senator has just spoken, also the issue of security, also the security at the airport and the security of the people in the aeroplane. So I think there is some sort of loose nut there that needs to be tightened as far as security matters are concerned. I think it's really an unfortunate situation. It's an unfortunate incident that we need to get to the bottom of. So I hope through the committee, they'll be able to give us the right answers to those questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Ledamo Lekina.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you. I rise to support this statement. Although I'm very careful in terms of the procedures that should be followed, because I keenly followed this. And I remember recently, Kenya started its direct flights from Nairobi to the US. This is a very, very sensitive matter, which I'm concerned that if it is not handled properly, we may end up losing those status. Because what Sky News did in airing that story is to show that our Kenya authorities are not taking security seriously. This is a matter that I'm glad that Senator Farhia raised it, because I don't know, maybe because she lived in London for many years, but it's a matter that it's already even being disputed. I saw a story on the BBC which they said that the Kenya prison officers, identified the images which were being used as a person who is alive. So we have got to be careful, and I'm happy that this is a matter that has come into this House of Reason so that we can be able to assure the world that Kenya, and particularly Jomo Kenyatta Airport, is a very safe airport. I've traveled around the world, Mr. Speaker, sir, and in Africa, Jomo Kenyatta Airport is a very important airport, and it's a very safe airport. So I don't know whether we should take this as a gospel truth or fake news, because we should not be allowing fake news to be able to destroy our international standards. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, as the committee is looking on this matter, we must be very careful. Otherwise, we will end up losing our status because maybe Kenya is being seen as one of the most developing nations in Africa, and somebody somewhere might want to destroy that image. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I hope that the committee will take this matter seriously, but I want to assure the world that Kenya is a safe place, and they should treat that as fake news. And Sky News should pay for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Sakaja Johnston. Senator Alice Milgo, finally on this statement.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I also rise to support this statement by Senator Falada. And I wish to say that I think that the case of the stowaway is really unfortunate, particularly happening in a place where it is purported to have very tight security. Mr. Speaker, sir, one is wondering how this stowaway finally managed to get into the wheels or whatever of the flight, because even when we are going to board the flight, we are normally, there are strict measures to be taken, and in any case, we are being told very many stories. Sometimes the stowaway was in this case a cleaner, and that means the safety in Jomo Kenyatta Airport is in question. Mr. Speaker, sir, in addition to that one, just away from actually affecting our air flight, that is transport, and really bringing us a very bad name, that is also a sign that our youth, in this case, are really suffering due to the cases of unemployment. It is only that one case that we were able to note, but there are very many others that are normally thrown into the sea, Mr. Speaker, that normally end us into the ship through maybe various areas, various points, trying to get better lives elsewhere. And in any case, that is why all the time we are saying, let us look at our youth, let us settle down and actually create jobs so that these youth are able to settle and we avoid cases where we can lose them at a very early stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, now we proceed to statements pursuant to Standing Order 51-1B. The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights. Senator Sharargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 51-1B to make statement on the activities of Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights for the period commencing 1st July to 30th September 2019. Mr. Speaker, sir, before I report on my committee's activities for this period, allow me to take this opportunity to thank all the Fourth Estate or the media for the incredible coverage, and also my committee members that they have given to my committee. Through this publicity and the commitment of members, our activities have made great impact in institutional processes and mechanisms and to the greater public, as I will demonstrate shortly. Mr. Speaker, sir, in respect of legislative proposals, the following are the proposals that we considered. Proposed Law of Succession Amendment Bill 2019 by Senator Alake Soka MP that seeks to provide for gender equity in succession matters. Secondly, proposed Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill 2019 by Senator Dr. Agnes Zani MP that seeks to provide for structured mechanism through which Parliament is able to receive reports from executive independent offices and constitutional commissions on the resolutions passed by Parliament. Third, proposed Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2019 by Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. and Senator Faria Ali that seeks to give effect to the two-thirds principle as envisioned in the Constitution of Kenya. Fourth, proposed Elections and Related Laws Amendment Bill by Senator Ephraim Maina that seeks to provide for use of popular names in electoral processes. Fifth, proposed Alternative Dispute Resolution Amendment Bill 2019 by Senator Architect Sylvia Kasanga. I can see she's smiling very well. That seeks to actualize Article 159 of the Constitution of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, in respect to bills, the following are the bills that we considered. One, the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 40 of 2018. The Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 2 of 2019. The Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment number 2, Bill number National Assembly Bills 13 of 2018. Fourth, the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 16 of 2019. Fifth, Elections Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 18 of 2019. Sixth, the Alternative Dispute Resolution Bill, Senate Bill number 19 of 2019. And fifth and seventh, the IEBC or Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 35 of 2019. Mr. Speaker, sir, our committee held a series of meetings to the review of Constitution of Kenya with a view of strengthening the framework of devolution, including the role of Senate. I'm happy to report that the proposals made by the committee form part of the report submitted to the Building Bridges Initiative, BBI, which is now being considered by the President and the former Prime Minister, and we don't know whether it will survive on the surgery table or it will die, by the Deputy Speaker, Senator Professor Kindiki Kiture, on behalf of the Senate. Mr. Speaker, sir, our committee observed that various laws passed by Parliament in the 11th and 12th Parliament were enacted without compliance with the procedure for enacting legislations as set out under Part 4 of the Constitution of Chapter 8 of the Constitution. The committee therefore resolved that an audit of the laws enacted in the 12th Parliament be undertaken with a view to identify the laws that were enacted and procedurally. We therefore conducted a thorough audit of the laws where over 20 laws were identified as having been enacted and procedural. And I want, Mr. Speaker, sir, to thank the senators for the work of justice to the High Court in Milimani. The key concerns were with compliance with Article 112, Article 2, Article 3, Article 6, 10, 93, 94, 96, 97, 98, 98, 109, 110, 114, 159, 165, 258, and 258 of the Constitution. Under the leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker, a lawsuit was filed in the court, and I want to thank your office for that wonderful support, and even your office and you, the Speaker, be on the forefront. And I saw the happiness in the faces of Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. and even the House leadership. Mr. Speaker, sir, thus far, the case has been mentioned twice, and I think this is important, and I wish the senators, especially from the Coast region, would listen to this.
Order, honorable senators, you consult in low tones.
Yes, because they have been asking this case, Mr. Speaker, on how far our case has been, so it is important.
Proceed,
yes.
Senator Saragay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thus far, the case has been mentioned twice, on 17 September 2019 and 28 October 2019. On both occasions, it was mentioned to confirm whether a bench had been constituted by the Chief Justice to hear the case. On 28 October 2019, the court stated that it was aware there was a bench, but did not have details of the judges that were on to be the bench, so we expect that to happen. The bench is supposed to serve the Senate with a mention notice for direction on how the case will be heard. In the meantime, a mention date has been fixed for 21st November 2019 for further directions, and I want senators kindly, if they will be available, they can attend that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I take this opportunity to urge the Chief Justice to urgently appoint the bench. This is not just about the matter of the Senate, but constitutionalism and upholding the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, sir, our committee has been visiting prisons to inquire into the administration of law and justice and human rights conditions in prisons. We have found that there are many challenges, including poor infrastructure, children being put in the same cells as adults, Mr. Speaker, delays in handling of cases, which is backlog of cases, high bonds and bails being issued to petty offenses, prison land being grabbed, among many other challenges. We have had several discussions with those charged with the management of the prisons on this issue, and will soon be proposing legislative and policy interventions to strengthen the legal and institutional framework of our prisons. Mr. Speaker, sir, arising from the visits, our committee, together with the Senate Standing Committee on National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations, has paid bonds and bail from individual members' personal resources. And I want to thank Senator Faki and Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. who visited and paid. There are less than 5,000 shillings for inmates who were, in most cases, unable to raise such monies and have been given long sentences over petty offenses. And B, last month, Justice Odunga, and this is very critical, declared Section 46 of the Prisons Act unconstitutional and issue orders that the person serving long-term sentences be released after serving two terms of...
Order, Senator.
Can I even complete the sentence?
Order, Senator. Senator Sakaja.
Mr. Speaker, I am quite shocked. Is it in order for my colleague and fellow chair, Senator Cherargei, while talking about a very noble action that was done by both the Security Committee and Legal Affairs Committee, where we went to Kitui and where we bailed out a lot of prisoners, only to mention, we bailed out 23 and the next day 100 were released because of what we did in Kitui. Mutola was there. Is it in order for him only to mention members of his committee? Yet the largest contributions were from Senator Wetangula, myself, and members of Security Committee, even though he's chairman of just one, surely. Can you remember the rest of us, Mr. Speaker?
Order, Senator Cherargei, Chair. You need to give credible information to this House. If you mention members, mention all members.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My apologies for that. I want to acknowledge the support of, and it is good the chair, the vice chair of national security has mentioned, but so that his heart can be at rest and be happy, I want to appreciate our party leader and our senior counsel, Senator Moses Wetangula, Senator Sakaja of Nairobi City County, and also many members of national security and foreign relations. So it was not, I was not being biased, but because my heart always loves my members, but I will learn in future to love everybody. Mr. Speaker, last month, Justice Odunga declared Section 46 of the Prisons Act and constitutional and issue orders that prisoners serving long-term sentences be released after serving 2/3 of their terms. This is critical and it will assist with rehabilitation and decongesting the penal system. Mr. Speaker, our committee has held many consultative meetings with multi-agency, a team on anti-corruption on the issues of expedite resolution of cases and challenges that they are facing in the fight against corruption. Mr. Speaker, I want to note, and I hope even on the austerity measures and budget cuts against the judiciary, Mr. Speaker, I would want to request the National Assembly, since they are considering supplementary budget, to be careful as they try to reduce the budget that is meant for judiciary. Because in one way or another, it will ensure the fight against corruption will not succeed because the judiciary will not have enough resources. During our discussions, our committee proposed that the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions considers implementing the issue of plea bargaining to resolve cases. I'm happy to report that the guidelines on plea bargaining are now in place, and I take this opportunity to congratulate the Director of Public Prosecution, Nurdin Haji, for taking this bold step. This will not help to reduce the length of trials, but also to help to decongest the penal institutions which are currently filled with inmates serving life and death sentences, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, we will be tabling our report and draft bill on anti-corruption before the end of this session. So I want to urge the investigative agencies that fight corruption in this country to continue with their work and ensure that corruption is being fought. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, on Thursday, 26 July 2018, the Senate adopted the report of the Select Committee on Solai Dam tragedy. Our committee was mandated by the Senate to monitor the implementation of several of these resolutions. In the course of this implementation, it has come to our attention that Nyokoira Dam in Nakuru County was leaking. The committee wrote to the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, and National Environment and Management Authority, notifying them of the committee's intention to visit the dam to assess its status and invite these institutions to avail a report on the status of the dam. Even though this visit did not take off as planned, I'm happy to report to this House that recently we saw NEMA visiting the dam, and we are expecting a status report on the dam to be submitted to the committee, and consequently will submit a comprehensive report outlining measures such issues. Mr. Speaker, sir, going forward, the committee intends to carry out the following key activities during the next quarter. 1, meeting with stakeholders to address the challenges facing prisons and justice system. And I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, to note that on Friday, the Chief Justice, Deputy Chief Justice, and the entire judiciary and judicial service, we had a discussion courtesy of your office, and also the Speaker, Senator Kenneth Lusaka. And I'm happy we'll continue to have these discussions in ensuring the administration of justice in this country is well taken care of. Comprehensive review of elections and related laws. On this particular matter, I urge all senators who are advocates and any other interested senator to join our committee in conducting this report. Mr. Speaker, I want just to emphasize on this point. it has come to attention of my committee that most senators or most of my colleagues are proposing amendments to Elections Act. I have proposed before in the Senate Business Committee and to your office that let us have a whole of it, the review, an audit review of the entire elections laws in this country, so that we can have an omnibus or the entire amendment, so that we don't have those piecemeal amendments. C, consideration of petitions before the committee. 1, mass examination failure at the Kenya School of Law. 2, the state of corruption, procurement, recruitment, abuse of office, public participation and marginalization in Nyamira County. 3, arbitrary cancellation of Kimwarer and scaling down of Aror Dam in Elgeyo Marakwet County. And 6, 4th, implementation of Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission report. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you. That is the status report of my committee. And I want to thank everybody in your office for the wonderful support. My clerk, Avata Mushoka, and the entire secretariat, and my colleague members, and all stakeholders that have made everything successful. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Senators, I now request Senator Bshiro Alake to move a motion on election of temporary speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I move the motion, kindly allow me to 1 minute congratulate Senator Cherargei and his team on a very good and comprehensive report. I have been a client of that committee, and I think they do a good job. Congratulations, Senator Cherargei and your team. Mr. Speaker, moving on to the business that brought me here. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that pursuant to Standing Order 15 and Article 107(1)(c) of the Constitution, the Senate elects Senator Johnson Sakaja to preside in the absence of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker over sittings of the Senate for the remainder of the day. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move and I request Senator Mutula Kilonzo to second. I thank you.
Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr.
I rise to second the motion with only a few comments that I think Senator Bshiro Alake is more than competent enough to sit as chair. She has sat before. I've told her before that I pray that she becomes the Speaker of this House one time in our lifetime. But more important, so without further ado, and I've read the history which she profiled in the newspaper recently. She has actually more qualifications than all of us think. So congratulations, Senator Bshiro Alake, from that Mama na Baba party. Thank you. I second.
Honorable Senators, I now propose the question that pursuant to Standing Order 15 and Article 107(1)(c) of the Constitution, the Senate elects Senator Johnson Sakaja to preside in the absence of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker over the sittings of the Senate for the remainder of the day. Honorable Senators, I now put the question, and we've considered this matter does not affect counties. I now proceed to put the question, which is that pursuant to Standing Order 15 and Article 107(1)(c) of the Constitution, the Senate elects Senator Johnson Sakaja to preside in the absence of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker over the sittings of the Senate for the remainder of the day. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Senators, we now proceed to Statement B. And what is it, Senator Moses Kajwang?
Mr. Speaker, as a chair of a committee, I know how much work goes into preparing that report. And I know how much a committee is expectant that when they report to the House shall be seized of the report and the House shall provide meaningful commentaries. Mr. Speaker, would I be in order to be allowed to just make a few comments on that very wonderful report that has been brought by the Chair of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee? Could I proceed, Mr. Speaker?
It's okay, Senator. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's not easy to be a chair of a committee, particularly of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, considering that that is a committee where all the senior counsels in this House find their place. I want to congratulate Senator Cherargei, the chair of that committee. He has steered it very well. When he was first appointed as a chair, we wondered for how long he would carry this cross, but he has borne it very well, and I want to wish him a fruitful 3 years to the end of this parliament. Mr. Speaker, allow me to comment on only 2 issues out of that report. Number 1 is on the report on the work of the committee on matters to do with prisons and postal institutions. In the 11th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, who also happens to be the distinguished nephew of Senator Wetangula, I take note that the distinguished nephew is now on the chair. Mr. Speaker, the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee is dealing with the Prisons Act and is going around prisons in this republic to ensure that they conform to the requirements of the 2010 Constitution. But in the 11th Parliament, I was a vice chair of a select committee that was instituted by this House and was chaired by Senator Fatuma Dulo. Mr. Speaker, we went around postal institutions. We went to Shikutsa, we went to Shimolatewa, we went to Kamiti, we went to Kodiaga. We even took a foreign trip to Sweden to see how the correctional facilities and services in Sweden were. Mr. Speaker, we came up with a draft report. We came up even with a draft bill. And what I want to encourage the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee to do is to pick the good things from what we did in the 11th Parliament and fast-track the enactment and fast-track the amendment of the Prisons and Postal Institutions Act. Because as we speak, and as we do all the analysis and public participation, the fact remains that we have only 2 postal institutions in this republic. That is Shikutsa and that is Mamangina. There was an effort to establish a postal institution at committee, but it is not considered a serious postal institution. And Mr. Speaker, you would know that a postal institution is a place where juvenile offenders are taken. It is not approved schools. All these children who are being jailed by our courts as sexual offenders or as petty juvenile thefts, they are not taken to Kodiaga or Kamiti. And yet, we have only 2 postal institutions in this republic with a very limited capacity. So we need to be fair to the young of this country. We need to look at these institutions as correctional rather than punishment centers. And I want to urge the committee, please do not take another 2 years. We already made very good recommendations. We already came up with a draft bill. Take it and bring it to the public domain and let's enact it so that we can open the way for establishment of other postal institutions and the proper reform of our correctional facilities.
Thank you.
Finally, Mr. Speaker.
Wind up, kindly.
On the issue of and Mr. Speaker,
legally proceed.
A strange autocracy has visited the chair today.
I don't understand the excitement by members. Kindly, Senator Kajwang, move to wind up. What is it, Senator Mutula?
Is it in order for the distinguished senator from Homa Bay, the chairman of CPIC, to purport, allege by innuendo that some autocracy, which is despotism, has visited the Speaker of this honorable House? Is it in order?
Senator Kajwang, you're completely out of order. Just go on to wind up. The Speaker has just started. Proceed.
Strange indeed. Mr. Speaker, finally, the Senate position on constitutional reforms. I want to urge the chair, please come up with an abridged version. We are going for a long recess, and everyone is trying to influence public debate on the institutions that they run. The governors are talking of ugatuzi. The National Assembly is saying constituency shall not be abolished. What about the Senate? What kind of Senate do we want? Is it going to be an upper house with veto powers? Is it going to be a council of leaders of majority for county assemblies? Or is it going to be a base for promotion of MCAs? Mr. Speaker, my view is that this Senate must be a place where governors aspire to come to, it should be natural that once you have become a governor, you progress to the Senate, rather than moving from the Senate to go to the village to become a governor. Mr. Speaker, may you order that the chair circulates that abridged version before we go on recess.
Thank you, Senator Kajwang. Those are very good interventions. This is a house of record. And the last Senate already pronounced itself on certain things with respect to the Constitution. It will be good for us to hear strongly the voice of the Senate through its Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on the matter of any impending review of our laws. So Senator Nandi, Chair Legal, please take note. Let us go to the next statement, Committee on Lands. Is there, oh, sorry, Senator Cheriot. Senator Nyandaro, can you just, let's hear what Senator Cheriot's intervention is.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was on cue to also just make similar sentiments. And I'll be brief, as we have already been forewarned on the consequences that can befall us. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to note with a lot of pride the work that has been done by Justice and Legal Affairs Committee under the stewardship of my good friend Senator Cherargei. You know, Mr. Speaker, it was earlier observed when this committee was being formed that this side of the House had picked the youngest of the troops of legal minds in this House to lead that particular committee. But in the slightly over close to 2 years that this committee has been in existence, Senator Cherargei has led it with great distinction and honor, Mr. Speaker. And this committee has achieved tremendous things, not least of all that have been listed before this House this afternoon. So I congratulate him for that. That is testament that given a chance, the youth are the answer to the problems in this country, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, there are two things that this particular committee is handling that I feel are of great national importance. Though I didn't hear the chairperson speak to it, I know the IEBC Amendment Act is before this particular committee, Mr. Speaker, and it will be of great importance, Mr. Speaker, that they quickly bring to fore the issues that are placed before them, either agree or disagree with the proposals made by the National Assembly, and as a House, we stamp our authority, Mr. Speaker, by raising our voice on what we think needs to be done at the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, Mr. Speaker. The reason we need to do this, Mr. Speaker, is that as a country, we have a knack for never learning from our mistakes, Mr. Speaker. The Kriegler Commission of 2009, Mr. Speaker, recommended that if you don't want to have trouble in your electoral process, ensure that 2 years before an election, you have IBC properly constituted. The big political players, Mr. Speaker, are not speaking to this, yet we know IBC, as is constituted at the moment, Mr. Speaker, suffers great challenges in terms of raising quorum, in terms of commissioners, Mr. Speaker. What will happen, for example, if at a very critical time, one of the 3 available commissioners is indisposed for one reason or the other? That the commission cannot sit and transact business, and you do not know for how long this will be done. It will be proper, Mr. Speaker, if this exercise can be concluded before probably the first quarter of next year, so that the commission has more than 2 years to prepare the country for elections. Mr. Speaker, on many occasions we continue to hear issues about, oh, the reason why we need to fight, and we go and ask questions, yet we know that in the last 3 elections, Mr. Speaker, that this country has gone into, the referee, in one reason or the other, either by commission or omission, has been central to the dispute. Yet, as it is today, we have nobody, none of our leading political players, and it's good that as I say this, the distinguished uncle to the Speaker is walking in, and he's listening to me as I say this. Our leading party leaders and the people who are at the forefront of our political parties need to put a voice to the challenges at IEBC, and these matters are squarely before this particular committee. It is my sincere hope, Mr. Speaker, that this committee will expedite this particular request and give the country direction. Finally, Mr. Speaker, just one final bit, is to exert a point that I have mentioned on each and every afternoon that I get an opportunity to speak before this House, that we are the only ones who do not know how powerful we are. The testament of what this committee was able to achieve in Kitui, simply by walking into a prison, Kitui prisons, and having people who had been jailed wrongfully, some who had stayed in those particular prison walls for periods beyond that which was expected of them, the doors were open for them. That confirms to you that people take the Senate of this country very serious. It's only us, ourselves, Mr. Speaker, that sometimes do not give ourselves that honor. Therefore, it is a challenge to us, just like Justice and Legal Affairs has shown to us, that it is possible using the instruments of Senate to provide solutions to the challenges that this country continues to face. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Aaron. Chairman, Justice Legal Affairs, I think you've heard the comments from members. We hope you remember the Swahili saying, mgema kisifiwa, so that you don't add water, and you continue performing in that distinguished manner. There's one issue that has been raised which is important, which the committee should appraise the House, is the matter of IBC. Was that in your statement issued? And is there an update that you can give to the House on that one matter of the act that is possibly before the House? Just quickly.
Thank you, Mike, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, there are two things that I had requested to the House Business Committee and Senate Business Committee, that you allow this committee to do a full audit review on the election laws. And number two, there is an amendment that has come from the National Assembly that we are considering at the moment. And Mr. Speaker, in the next week, our report is ready. We will be ratifying it any soon. So next week, we shall be able to table that report on the IBC Amendment Act, especially on the selection panel of the IBC commissioners.
Chair, your committee does not need to be allowed by anybody to do that review of the electoral laws. You have the mandate within our standing orders to do that. And as the Senator for Kericho has said, this House is being looked upon to give direction in these matters. I will allow only one more comment briefly. As I encourage senators, if you look at Standing Order 51(3), the statements made by chairs are very important because our House works through the committees. So it is good for those statements to always be available beforehand so that members can actually interact with what committee chairs are saying that they've been able to achieve. Senator Bongoma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the father of the committee system in this parliament, I feel very proud when I hear committees giving a treatise of what they have been doing and what they plan to do. And Senator Cherargei, at his youthful state, has acquitted himself very well in steering this committee and achieving a few milestones, including, but not limited to, leading our House to court to enforce our rights. I do remember him chairing committee to prepare the pleadings, and even when some members were engaging a reverse gear, we were able to herd them into the proper perspective. Mr. Speaker, I want to comment on three things. Very briefly. Number one, the committee should continuously speak loud and clear in protection of the independence of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, you can see increasingly the executive in this country is very uncomfortable with the judiciary. The executive is embarked on a retributive attitude and conduct towards the judiciary, including truncating their budgets to make it impossible for the judiciary to work. This committee, Mr. Speaker, even if we do not preside over budget proceedings of the country, but must be on the front line of speaking for the judiciary. Because, Mr. Speaker, in the absence of an independent and strong judiciary, there's no country left. When the state is in conflict with its citizens, when citizens are in conflict with each other, when citizens are in conflict with the state, the refuge we go to is the judiciary. We may not like the decisions they make, but they are there to arbitrate and resolve our disputes. So an independent judiciary, Mr. Speaker, is the cornerstone of a functioning democracy. That's why, Mr. Speaker, in the last, at the end of the last elections, aggrieved as we were, we didn't tell our supporters to get on the streets with the stones and crude weapons. We went to the judiciary, and they made a decision. Number two, Mr. Speaker, the committee should follow what Senator Fokericho has said, electoral system in this country. Mr. Speaker, as we speak here, since 1993, the only time we went to elections and Kenyans didn't lose life and property was 2002, 2003. Every election has had disputes that led to people losing lives, property, and the country being divided even more. We need to fix our electoral system, and the committee must be on the front line on this, Mr. Speaker, so that when we go to elections, the winners don't get foolishly exalted, and the losers don't get foolishly vanquished. We finish an election, and we know we have a country to keep and a country to run. This committee must do its work in this regard. Three, and more importantly, Mr. Speaker, is the committee must be on the front line in guarding and protecting the integrity, authority of this institution, the Senate. We are now in a constitutional mood, Mr. Speaker, what one of my friends calls the constitutional moment. And this committee should lead this House in propagating our views and ideas in the possibility of taking them to the next level in rewriting and redrafting our constitution so that it becomes a proper upper house with the revision over each and every piece of legislation from the lower house, as is done in comparable jurisdictions, Mr. Speaker. This is the only country, Mr. Speaker, in the world with a bicameral system where legislation from the upper house is subjected to a veto in the lower house. Nowhere else, Mr. Speaker. Everywhere in the world, the house of veto is the Senate. The house of revision is the Senate. The appellate house is the Senate. And we need to have this committee, Mr. Speaker, together with the galaxy of legal minds in this house, to lead the country in restoring the dignity of the Senate as a house that must be truly a house within a bicameral system. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage the committee that there are areas under their jurisdiction that I didn't hear the chairman mention. The office of the Ombudsman, that is so critical in the administration of justice in the country, is an office that is virtually dead. We don't hear of what the Ombudsman's office is doing. This is an office that doubles both as a public defender and a crusader for justice for the downtrodden. We don't hear anything about. The only time I hear about the Ombudsman is when you see the chair of the Ombudsman walking through Parliament corridors and reminding everybody that she was a member of Parliament previously. We want to see the office of the Ombudsman working to protect Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. In your own county chair, Mr. Speaker, you had recently, and I want to thank the chair for speaking to this matter. A group of people from Western Kenya bought land in Nandi County in 1991. They have lived there for 40 years. 1979, sorry. They have lived there for 40 years. They have litigated with the family. The person who sold the land died. It is the sons and grandsons of the person who sold the land. And I want to salute the Minister for Lands, Mr. Speaker, who comes from the same county. She visited the land, addressed the dispute, and gave a way forward that was very reasonable. We shall either buy the family that owned this land originally another land, or we shall buy the people who bought land, another land, to resettle them. Recently, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you saw, dozers and other machinery descending on families in the night and pulling down every structure, Mr. Speaker. You saw one man who dug up the grave of his father and carry the skull of his father on his head to demonstrate anger. What is the office of the ombudsman doing? They have not even uttered a word about this.
Thank you. That matter is before the House, if I'm not...
This House. There's a statement, yes, Mr. Speaker, but I'm mentioning it in passing.
Yeah. So please move to wind up so that we
Yes,
can...
so that that matter, Mr. Speaker, is very painful to everybody. And the leadership in Nandi, right from the governor, have spoken against that brutish behavior, Mr. Speaker, and I salute them for that. Let me end here, Mr. Speaker, by encouraging the committee to remain seized with what they must do, to give credit to this House by prudent and positive work that will help this House hold its own in the midst of this helter-skelter that we see every day.
Senator Cherargei and the committee take note of those comments and the earlier direction that your committee take up this matter and report to the House on your plan of action when it comes to the constitutional amendments that Senate actually deliberated on, both in the last Senate and this Senate, as well as the electoral laws and the IBC. Well done, well done. Next statement, and finally for this order 51(1)B, Chairperson, Committee Lands, Environment, Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to give my statement. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 51(1)B to make a statement on the activities of the Senate Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources for the period commencing 1st July 2019 to 30th September 2019. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the period under review, the committee held a total of 11 meetings within the precincts of Parliament and 9 sittings during site visits and report writing sessions. The committee considered one legislative proposal on a bill, pre-publication scrutiny of a bill adopted, petition reports. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have a problem with my eyesight today, so I'll call upon one of my members, a member of the committee, Senator Abshiro, to present this report to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I will indulge you, but you could have done that from the beginning. But that is in order. Senator Abshiro, kindly.
I thought my eyesight could work.
Oh,
I was sick for the last 1 week in the hospital.
We wish you.
And I think this is what is affecting me.
Pole, Senator Gidiomi.
Senator
we wish you
Abshiro.
recovery.
I wish my chairman quick sight recovery. Mr. Speaker, where had Ms. Senator reached, or should I start from? Mr. Speaker, sir, let me just start afresh because I can't remember exactly where my chairman had reached. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 51(1)B to make a statement on the activities of Senate Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources for the period commencing 1st July 2019 to 30th September 2019. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the period under review, our committee held a total of 11 sittings within the precincts of Parliament and 9 sittings during site visits and report writing sessions. The committee considered one legislative proposal on a bill, pre-publication scrutiny of a bill adopted, and 7 petition reports, handled 8 statements, and undertook a county visit to Isiolo County. The committee also held 3 engagements with stakeholders. In respect of legislative proposal, the committee considered the following proposals: the Geology Bill 2019 and Wildlife Conservation and Management Bill 2019, With regards to these legislative proposals, the committee held workshops involving relevant stakeholders in order to polish up on the proposal before submitting it to the Senate. Mr. Speaker, sir, regarding statements, pursuant to Standing Order 48.1, 3 statements were referred to the committee during the period under review as listed below. Statement requested by Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. on the plight of persons affected by the construction of Kibwezi, Kitui, Kabati, Migwani, B7 Road. The committee has already begun interrogating the matter, whereby it began with the Kitui section of the road during the Senate Mashinani program, where the committee interrogated the person affected on that part and obtained responses from the Kenya National Highway Authority, KENHA, as well as the National Land Commission. Further, the committee has gone forward and scheduled a visit to Makueni section of the road, scheduled for 15th November, so as to provide a comprehensive report on the matter in due course. Mr. Speaker, sir, please allow me to report progress on this. We have since visited this section, held public participation and took the National Land Commission, KENHA, Ministry of Water and other interested parties in this. Under Statement B, statement requested by Senator Naomi Masitsa Shionga on the destruction caused by hippos in Kakamega County, the committee has written to the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife on the matter and is awaiting a concrete response not later than November 22nd. Mr. Speaker, sir, on statement requested by Senator Abshiro Halake on the eviction notice served on residents of Isiolo by the Department of Defense to pave way for expansion of Kenya Defense Forces training camp in the county, the committee has met the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Defense, and National Land Commission on the matter, and further held a site visit to receive submissions from the affected residents of Isiolo County on 27 September 2019. The committee made headway as the Ministry of Defense committed to work on solutions to solve the current impasse on the matter, and a resolution was made that 3 stakeholders, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning, and the National Land Commission embark on getting a way forward and report back to the committee on December 4th, 2019, when they will be expected to appear again before the committee. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee also would like to inform the Senate that arising from a statement requested in the Senate by Senator Jones Mwaruma regarding residents living around Ikanga airstrip in Voi, Taita Taveta County, who had not been compensated during the expansion of the airport and had complained of land grabbing and historical injustices by the Kenya Airports Authority, that the KAA have since owned up and that they would be working closely with the National Land Commission to harmonize the list of the affected residents, and compensations we were promised would begin on the 31st of December 2019. The committee is also considering the statement requested by Senator Dr. Ochilo Ayako on mining activities in Migori County, and would be getting in touch with Senator Dr. Ayako to schedule a favorable date for the committee to visit the small-scale artisanal miners in Migori County. Since it's a grave matter, the committee would not wish to rush on the matter and is committed to obtaining a lasting solution to the persons affected by the mining in this county. The other statement pending from the previous reporting period, that the committee was able to obtain submissions from the relevant ministry and is awaiting supplementary questions should they rise from the respective senators who had requested them, include statement requested by Senator Dr. Abdullahi Ali on the status of the Bute Mega Dam project in Wajir County, statement requested by Senator Beatrice Kwamboka on water and sewerage in Nairobi City County, and statement requested by Senator Alice Milgo on the recent move by the National Environment Management Authority, NEMA,
comment on that statement by the Committee on Lands? Okay, next order.
Senate Bills number 21 of 2019, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to give effect to Article 10 and Chapter 6 of the Constitution to provide for the procedure for undertaking lifestyle audit and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 9, the Fisheries Management and Development Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 22 of 2019, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Fisheries Management and Development Act and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 10, the Care and Protection of Child Parents Bill, Senate Bills number 11 of 2019, second reading, division.
Members, for obvious reasons obvious to you, we shall defer voting. The division on order number 10 and on the next order, but order members, members pursuant to Standing Order 42, for the convenience of the Senate, I'd like to rearrange business as follows: that we shall move straight to order number 13 on the Alternative Dispute Resolution Bill before moving to order number 12.
Order number 13, the Alternative Dispute Resolution Bill, Senate Bills number 19 of 2019, second reading.
Senator Wetangula had 19 minutes remaining. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had just started speaking when the House rose in support of this bill. And I had, in fact, cited the case from Nandi as one of the reasons why we need alternative dispute resolutions. It is an indictment on all of us, Mr. Speaker, for a case to stay in court for 40 years until it is the grandchildren of the people who started litigating that are now applying to be enjoined in the case. We have a similar case in Kitale, Mr. Speaker, of a farm called Mengo Farm, which has been in court for now close to 30 years. Somebody now wants to evict families that are almost second, third generations. But, Mr. Speaker, this bill will help, in a way, to reduce the backlog of court work. In this country, Mr. Speaker, going to court being a constitutional right for every citizen is sometimes turned from hope to a nightmare. You go to court, we used to, in the past, Mr. Speaker, have some judges who, I don't know if Mutula Kilonzo Jr. is old enough to remember judges like Aragon, like Dugdale and others, who will come to court at 9, and by 9:30, he has adjourned all the cases on his course list, and he's finished his day, and walked away. There was a Justice Amin and others. And by 9:30, he's walking to Trattoria to enjoy a cup of cappuccino. He's done his day, and he has done nothing. He has just adjourned each and every case. And if as a lawyer appearing before them, you insist on going on, that's a sure way of losing your client's case. So you just agree for him to adjourn the cases and walk away. And at the end of the day, he has done his work. Mr. Speaker, we need speedy resolution of disputes. The current Constitution 2010 provides for this. And the foundation of this bill comes from that. Mr. Speaker, there are two levels, and the bill appears to appreciate that we have arbitration processes that are very commonly used, especially in commercial disputes, especially in construction contracts, and similar engagements, where parties sign to arbitration as the first point of call in dispute resolution. We also have this in the Political Parties Act, Mr. Speaker. In fact, right now, Ford Kenya, Wiper, ANC are having difficulties with ODM for receiving political parties' funds and keeping the whole of it without caring that we were partners. And we signed that the first point of call is arbitration. So we are trying to move to arbitration to see whether we can resolve the matter there. In doing so, Mr. Speaker, we loosen and lessen the burden on the judiciary, which is already overburdened and which is under pressure from the executive through budget cuts. But, Mr. Speaker, when we are dealing with alternative dispute resolution, I want to encourage the proponent of this bill, and I've seen in clause 22, I think, where you're talking of 27, traditional conciliators. Mr. Speaker, let me take, for example, where Senator Bashir comes from. The people who resolve traditional disputes are not necessarily educated people, but these are people with wisdom, people with respect, and people whose decision is likely to be bound by the parties to the dispute. So we shouldn't, Mr. Speaker, be too hard on trying to say there must be a committee, they must be recognized, and they must be, you know, when parties have a problem, you'll find traditional structures have their own way of dealing with things. And you'll find there's an elderly person acknowledged, appreciated, and respected. So when people have problems, they just walk to him. Somebody's encroaching on my land. Somebody is demanding to take away my cow. Somebody has taken away my daughter and is refusing to pay dowry. And so many such things, Mr. Speaker. So the law should recognize those talents without putting on them too much expectation in terms of education, in terms of committee making, and so on, so that it's as simple, accessible, and fair as possible. And justice is grounded in fairness. Whoever is able to do a fair act to people in dispute is dispensing justice. And I know parts of this country, Mr. Speaker, where for you to even start talking of forming committees to deal with disputes is not feasible. People simply have a problem, they want somebody to help them. I remember in our early days, Mr. Speaker, my late grandfather was a village elder, and people would walk to his home in the morning and raise their concern. So-and-so's cows broke the fence and ravaged my crops. So-and-so's bull has crossed the fence and harassed my cows, and so on. And they will solve disputes very easily and get things moving. So Senator Kazanga should look at part 4 and simplify it as much as you possibly can. And some of these dispute resolutions through traditional means should also be put under some form of administrative structures of counties, so that now that we have devolution, we don't have to have everything done through Nairobi, Garbatula, Bungoma, Mount Elgon, Trans Nzoia, Makueni, anywhere. People can acquire acknowledgement and respect and be recognized as people who can help. The reason I say that, Mr. Speaker, is because, and I've seen again Senator Kazanga in clause 22, you need to look at the fact that people are going to alternative dispute mechanisms for resolution of their disputes should never close doors for them to go to the courts if they wish. Never, ever. So that in clause 22, when you say that conciliation records must be confidential and cannot be used in any other proceedings, that is not the way to go. Because when people go to a conciliator, and the conciliator, they're all human beings, Mr. Speaker, and you know Kenyans. We used to have a magistrate who used to receive a bribe from the complainant, and then a bribe from the accused, and then say, now I can hear them fairly, because each one has has done their bit of the bargain. And it happens, Mr. Speaker, so that when you have this convolution of justice, and perhaps one of the parties has influenced the conciliator more than the other, and you pass a decision that is evidently unjust to one, the door to justice in the high courts must be available. Also, Mr. Speaker, you have cases where the conciliator, by consent of the parties, makes a decision, and then one of the parties, either mischievously or by reasons beyond their control, are unable to abide by the decisions reached by the conciliator. Those conciliators and alternative dispute resolution teams do not have the capacity to issue orders that can be enforced by law enforcement agencies. So like arbitration, Mr. Speaker, when an arbitration is done and concluded, it's normally filed in the High Court, so that the parties to it can enforce and get the fruits of their justice from the arbitrator if one of the parties decides to freak out. So, Mr. Speaker, in trying to speed the wheels of justice, these innovative mechanisms are critical, they're important, because, Mr. Speaker, we know that justice in the conventional system that we know it is very expensive. For you to go to court, you must have some properly drafted documents called pleadings. You must file them. It costs money. Sometimes you need a lawyer to read the law, interpret it for you, and go and argue your case. It costs money. You lose unfairly, you want to go to the next level of appeal, it costs money. By the time, Mr. Speaker, you reach the Supreme Court, sometimes members of the public find it is not worth the matter, because you are probably pursuing a subject matter of a monetary value of $1 million shillings, and by the time you are done, a lawyer has screamed off you 5 million. So you weigh the options and see whether you can put that money to a different use or continue pursuing a principle of justice that is counterproductive to your own finances. So these alternatives are very important, but we must, Mr. Speaker, upon passage of this bill, encourage public awareness. There are people who may not know that there's such a law that can help them. People who may not know that you can sit, if you are disagreeing, and say, we agree to Senator Halake, to our dispute resolution person, will submit all our facts, and we abide by what she will tell us, so that people can get to know that it is not just the courts. Equally important, Mr. Speaker, is the simplification of the process. That when you are going to an alternative dispute resolution, form should not be a big issue. It's the substance of the matter that's important. You cannot be constrained that you must go to a local cafe and type your papers. You can even go and make an oral presentation. And the person you have agreed upon to listen to you has a duty to listen to you, make notes, and give you a verdict that you can live with. I know, Mr. Speaker, in the villages, people, for example, you find dowry disputes, you find burial disputes, somebody passes on, and there are 2-3 families claiming the body. You find they sit under a tree, and in 2-3 hours, they'll come to an amicable solution, and nobody asks for pleadings. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, nobody is told you are going to pay costs of this. They agree that, wazee wakunywe buza kidogo, mambo na kwisha. Things are resolved. Mr. Speaker, this is how we must simplify our process of justice. Because, Mr. Speaker, I know, and as a senator of Nairobi, with the largest population of any county in Kenya, I'm sure you encounter this every day. Every time I go to my office, you find people from Kayole, people from where, standing there with a file that used to be white, now it's totally gray or brown. They have been working with it from person to person to assist them. Somebody with money and influence has taken their plot and dispossessed the family completely. He has no money to go to court. He has no money to pay a lawyer. He has no money to bribe anybody. He has no money to enforce anything. They want you to help them. And it is this kind of processes, Mr. Speaker, that is going to help such invalid persons in our community, invalid in terms of inability to have money, so that they can be able to be listened to. And sometimes, Mr. Speaker, even when they don't have a good case, being listened to is a sense of justice. That somebody was able to walk into the office of Sylvia Kasanga or Senator Mzurube, and you gave them 2, 3, 5 minutes to listen to you, so that they are able to download their frustration with the wheels of justice. Mr. Speaker, I know that it's very difficult to deal with some issues that are going on in the villages, and this bill is also very clear. It outlaws any alternative dispute resolutions in matters such as impregnating school children. We've seen, Mr. Speaker, in some places, an adult impregnates a 14-year-old, which is evidently a criminal offense, and you cannot compromise on crime. But the parents of the girl sit with the man because he has a bit of money and say, oh, we just agree, you will marry our daughter, give us a few cows, and we end there. That is, Mr. Speaker, concealing crime. And such issues should never get into anything called alternative dispute resolution. Because, Mr. Speaker, people who do such things don't deserve even to live among decent people. And any parent of a young girl who has been made pregnant by an adult acquiesces to this kind of process is also guilty of a criminal offense of being an accessory to a crime after the fact.
Senator Wetangula, does this bill provide for what you're saying?
I'm saying it outlaws.
It does it?
It does, yes. It does. It says those things cannot go to alternative dispute. And I'm praising the draft of the bill for including this, because if you just say, we embrace alternative dispute resolution, Mr. Speaker, then we will be able to open the country to chaos. So she has, and I think, done very well, that you cannot subject criminal activities to alternative dispute resolution. They must be dealt with within the criminal justice system, which we also encourage to be faster and dispense justice faster. Mr. Speaker, equally important, as I come to an end because I see my time is running out, is Senator Kazanga should also, I've seen you have provided for advocates to appear before these processes, which is okay, but we should also not transfer the problems that are bedeviling the law courts to other centers of dispute resolution. Because part of the problems of the backlog of cases in the high courts and other lower courts are lawyers. I'm one of them. Mr. Speaker, you find a lawyer has 6 cases for hearing on one day, and he can only represent one. Sometimes lawyers don't come to your law firm because they want any lawyer. They want you as the lawyer. So let's not transfer the burden that lawyers have placed on the judiciary into other dispute resolution mechanisms. If you have a problem to do with the land, anybody with sufficient knowledge on land can come and help you present your case. It doesn't have to be a qualified lawyer, admitted advocate. If you have a problem of accounting with somebody who has cheated you in business, you don't need to look for a lawyer. Get somebody with sufficient knowledge in accounts to put your figures together and present them for you and be listened to. And the bill provides that you can come with a lawyer or any other expert, which is okay. Of course, people have the right to have the confidence of being represented by lawyers where they want. But we should also give them an opportunity to get Okio Mtata or anybody of that caliber to go and make a representation for them and have justice done. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, is that we should encourage, and Sylvia Kasanga, the senator, you should also have some penal clauses where people who are appointed as dispute resolution facilitators turning now into corrupt cartels. And this happens. You find a conciliator is given an opportunity to reconcile parties and starts engaging in bad practices. I know that the bill provides that such a person can disqualify himself or herself, but such a person, if found culpable, should also be punished by law. That you cannot accept to solve problems between people and end up multiplying problems between people through dubious and devious moral behavior that is not acceptable. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to end here by saying this is a very, very important bill. As a legal practitioner in this country for many years, I know the pain that the ordinary citizen goes through to access justice. I know the pain that the ordinary citizen goes through to be dispossessed because justice will stand too slowly. And to find a better way of dealing with this matter is a very big relief. In fact, Mr. Speaker, like I said earlier, the Office of the Ombudsman, and in the Constitution we provide the Office of Public Defender. These are some of the things that office should be doing. The Office of the Ombudsman is supposed to be a simplified version of the Office of the Attorney General and Solicitor General to help people in matters of disputes and also to ensure particularly matters of violations of people's rights and so on. But they have maintained a loud conspiracy of silence. You don't hear of them, you don't see them, they do nothing, they see nothing, they say nothing. They're just there. And this is the problem with this country, Mr. Speaker. You'll find that people placed in offices enter offices that are of public good and start wearing regional and ethnic blinkers, so that when people who come from your community or your region do wrong things, you don't see them. You are only able to see things because they are being done by people from communities that don't belong to you. That is very wrong, very dangerous for a country that is striving for unity, a country that is striving for fairness across board. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the fruits of this bill will flow to everybody, to every corner, and that sufficient public knowledge will be impacted to people to know that now you don't have to sell a portion of your land to go to a lawyer, to go to court. You can look for somebody knowledgeable enough to help you get to court, to a panel somewhere and get justice and have that justice enforced and get your rights. Particularly, as I finish, Mr. Speaker, if you give me 1 or 2 minutes, the question of land.
Just take 2 more minutes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the highest levels of injustice in this country are in areas of land ownership. People are dispossessed of their land every day. People have bought land, Mr. Speaker, and eventually somebody comes and becomes so legalistic. Everybody knows, Mr. Speaker, we should start having a situation where, Mr. Speaker, like in marriage, if any of your neighbors can stand up and say, we know for sure that Senator Halake is married to Mr. Halake or whoever, and have been living with us, nobody asks for a marriage certificate. It's called a common law presumption of marriage. You've been living on your land. We have the RLA, Mr. Speaker, that says, and I'm sure you know this, that if you have been living on your land for the last 12 years, you acquire adverse possession. But people go to court, and courts don't care. How do you evict somebody who has been living on land for 40 years at midnight? Where is justice in this country, Mr. Speaker? These are the big questions that we must be dealing with. Because when a grandson of a land seller emerges today and says, my grandfather never sold any land, and he was not even there, he was not born, and the justice system listens to such people and deliver judgments, and the police are brought into the loop to go and superintend the eviction. The case of Nandi, Mr. Speaker, which you said is seized by some committee in this House as I finish, because that's where I started. Even the governor of Nandi said he was not in any know of what the police were doing. I called Minister Karone And she told me, I visited that land and I gave options on how to resolve because I was fully aware that there's a serious problem here. You cannot evict families of close to 5,000 to 6,000 people. But there we are, Mr. Speaker. They're now living by the roadside. And I understand the grandchildren of the person who had sold them land are not now taking the land to live on. They're trying to sell the land to other people at better value. We cannot live like that, Mr. Speaker. It's immoral, to say the least. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support this bill.
Well spoken, Senator Wetangula. I'm glad to note that the sponsor of the bill, Senator Kasanga, was very busy taking down notes. I'm sure some of the comments there will enrich the bill. But members are free to propose any amendments, either through the committee or on your own motion. Because a lot of what has been said really, if taken into consideration, can give us a way out of a lot of the issues we're having within our legal system. Next, let's have Senator Gertrude Musuruve. You want to comment on this?
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to support this bill. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I'm commending Senator Kasanga for coming up with this bill. Indeed, it is a noble bill. And I say it is a noble bill because there are times, Mr. Speaker, when cases take too long within the corridors of justice, and there are instances when justice is actually delayed. And when justice is delayed, it is not impactful, even for those who have been seeking for justice. Mr. Speaker, even before the colonial days, there were alternative ways of resolving conflicts, even traditionally. Like these issues that keep coming up about, land issues, marriage issues, taking care of children, responsibility and all that. These are issues that used to be there during those days, and there's a way in which our forefathers were able to resolve these issues amicably. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that even in a polygamous family those days, all the siblings were able to unite as one. They knew each other, and in case of any dispute, there are traditional ways of ensuring that all the families were cohesive. So I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that it's time we also rethink about the traditional ways of solving issues so that we actually ensure that people coexist. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that there is need for communities to live in harmony because, Mr. Speaker, sometimes issues are taken to court. When issues are taken to court, sometimes even neighbors that have been forever neighbors for so many years turn out to be enemies just because of the way in which, sometimes courts resolve issues. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Senator Kasanga for coming up with a bill that will effect Article 159(2) of our Constitution. Article 59(2) of our Constitution talks about alternative ways of resolving a dispute. Now, Mr. Speaker, when you're talking of alternative ways of resolving a dispute, we are talking of issues of like reconciliation, where people can reconcile in the event of a dispute, where there can also be mediation in terms of a dispute so that someone is coming to arbitrate, even in issues where neighbors have a really, really heated debate, so that eventually these neighbors are now resolved to become friends once more. And Mr. Speaker, one thing about this bill that I like is that it is also stating that in as much as we are talking about resolving disputes, alternative dispute resolutions, even if we are talking about traditional ones, the traditional ones should concur with what is in the Constitution. The traditional ones should not seek to, solve disputes in ways that are actually repugnant to justice and morality. Like, Mr. Speaker, a situation where traditionally you'd find in a situation where there could be a conflict, a dispute concerning land, or maybe a certain person traditionally wants a piece of land and engages the owner of the land, and they become friends, and traditionally marries off, a very young daughter of hers to a very old man. That can be very repugnant to our constitution. So in as much as we are talking about traditional ways, the bill actually seeks to ensure that it protects such issues, and the bill also seeks to protect also anything that would be inconsistent with the constitution. So the bill is advocating that any written law that is acceptable should not actually be flouted in the process of, resolving conflict. And Mr. Speaker, when we look at some of the objects of this bill, another object is to provide effective mechanisms for dispute resolution. Now, when you're talking of effective mechanisms of dispute resolution, of course, there are quite a number of ways of resolving a dispute. But according to this bill, one can resolve, one can take different approaches in resolving a dispute. You can combine arbitration with any other way of resolving a dispute, as long as at the end of the day the dispute has been resolved. And also another object is ensuring access to justice. If there are alternative ways of resolving a dispute, then such ways can be an effective way of ensuring that the disputants get justice at the end of the day. And when we are talking also of alternative dispute resolution, Mr. Speaker, I think it is also important, according to the proponent of this bill, that the entire community is involved in the dispute resolution. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to give an example of what could be happening between neighbors. You find maybe neighbors have an issue, a heated argument over, a fence, or a heated argument over a tree that is on the border of both sides, or a heated argument where someone is saying that you've taken 3 steps of my land and all that. Mr. Speaker, such disputes can be, they seem trivial, but they can have a very big impact, a lasting impact that is negative even to the families of these disputants. Mr. Speaker, such a situation can lead to, even 2 families becoming enemies. And I've seen cases, Mr. Speaker, where, someone says, do not interact with that family. Those are, enemies of our grandfather. Do not even eat any mangoes that fall from the tree of the neighborhood, because something bad will happen to you. Those are our enemies. Mr. Speaker, such cases are there. But I want to say, Mr. Speaker, traditionally, these cases can be resolved amicably. As in such cases, the arbitrators can come on board and bring the 2 parties, on board, and then in an amicable way, ensure that the conflict is being resolved. So I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that yes, some people may take others to court, that this tree is bringing problems on my compound. When the matter goes to court, you see, the court will forever be there, Mr. Speaker, but these neighbors will forever be enemies. They'll keep remembering, you took me to court, I paid this amount of money, and all that and all that. But if such a problem is solved amicably, if such a problem has just, if there's an alternative way of ensuring that these neighbors come together, they see the sense, and then the problem is solved, then they'll continue being friends, Mr. Speaker. And even their children and their children's children will also still continue being friends, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that it is important for, other ways to be brought on board with regard to solving conflicts. And Mr. Speaker, also the bill talks about guidelines, principles that guide, alternative dispute resolution. Some of the principles, like voluntary participation of both parties, conflict cannot be resolved if both parties do not want, Mr. Speaker. So there's need actually for both parties to be aware of the conflict that is there. First of all, the 2 parties must be aware. and actually confirm, yes, there's a conflict between the two of us. And since there's a conflict, the conflict is about 1, 2, 3 things. Then after that, they are aware of the conflict and they have the right information. Then the two of them can be brought on board with an arbitrator or mediator coming to solve the problem. And Mr. Speaker, even in terms of solving the problem should be solved within the shortest time possible. Because if the problem takes long, the more you take long to solve a problem, the worse it becomes. And especially, Mr. Speaker, for good neighborhood, even in the counties, I'm looking at it from a communal point perspective. It's important, Mr. Speaker, for people in the same community to be involved in the conflict and to live harmoniously, so that, Mr. Speaker, in case of anything happening, you can always go to your neighbor for, and in case you're in need of anything, or in case of an attack, your neighbor can also help you. But in a situation where neighbors have tried to solve a conflict legally, it has not worked. Mr. Speaker, you do not expect these neighbors to be friends, and in the event, in a case of any emergency, you do not expect these neighbors to be there for each other. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important for neighbors to live harmoniously. And, Mr. Speaker, another guiding principle is that of impartiality by the conciliators, mediators, or the resolvers. When it comes to a conflict, the mediator needs to be sober. The mediator needs to be as sober as a judge. The mediator needs to be impartial. The mediator should not even try to, side one person, at the expense of the other, because the mediator also has an image to protect, Mr. Speaker. Because when it comes to mediation, not everyone can become a mediator. And when you're talking of traditional mediation, Mr. Speaker, traditional mediators should be people who are really, really conversant about the traditions of a given place, Mr. Speaker, or a given community. Not anybody from anywhere can just be picked to become a mediator. A mediator should be well-versed, a mediator should be sensitive, a mediator should be objective, a mediator should be impartial for the purpose of ensuring a credibility of this mediation process, or credibility of this conflict process. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I also said that a mediator can also, merge different ways of resolving a conflict as long as he is able to meet, his goal. That is conciliation, conflict resolution, mediation, and even negotiation. Mr. Speaker, in any conflict, there has to be, it should be a win-win situation, Mr. Speaker. It should not be a winner takes it all. So the mediator should ensure that he's mediating in such a way that both parties are satisfied that the mediator has taken the right approach. And Mr. Speaker, even in the event of a mediation, like for example, in a situation where there's a dispute with land, there is need for witnesses to be there. Mr. Speaker, it is good, yes, for witnesses to be there. But you see, sometimes even witnesses can die, and then there is no one else to give a witness. But there is need also for a written kind of, information, so that, if there's some written information, it can be referred to at some point, because the written communication is more permanent than the audio one. So people can refer to, even if it's in a community, people can refer to the written communication and say there was a conflict between family A, family B concerning this piece of land, and then the village elders came, the arbitrator was there, and this is what was reached. And whatever was reached should actually be held up to the last minute, so that people do not also flout agreements. Mr. Speaker, there are times also when people flout agreements, where people have agreed on a certain thing. After the conflict is over, after some days or some weeks, some people go back to what they used to be. So there's need for a written agreement, and there's need for even this written agreement to be taken in photocopies, so that both disputants have the written communication. Just in case of anything, they can always refer back to this. So I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I actually support this bill by Senator Kasanga, and I hope it will be taken with the seriousness that it deserves, together with the Ombudsman bill also, to ensure that there is service delivery to wananchi in the counties and everywhere else. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I support.
Very, very well spoken, Senator Musuruve, and a very good analogy on the mango falling from one neighbor's house. Maybe for the benefit of the House, because the word conciliator and mediator are being used interchangeably, maybe the sponsor can inform the House whether it means the one and the same thing. I've heard some senators talking about conciliator, others talking about mediator. Are we talking about one and the same thing, Senator Kasanga?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are two different things. Conciliation and mediation are two different processes. They are both alternative dispute resolution processes, but it is the way the dispute resolution process is conducted that then defines what is mediation and what is conciliation. Secondly, is also the outcome. A mediation outcome has a report that you can file in court, like for the court annexed mediation, then it is filed back to the courts, or where there are just two parties, they all countersign, and they say, now this is the agreement we've come up with. A conciliator, on the other hand, is a little bit more informal. There's no necessarily any document that can be an outcome of the process. It can just be a general agreement amongst the parties. That is the critical difference.
Thank you. I think the House is the better having received that information from Senator Kasanga. Let us have Kajwang Moses Otieno, Senator for Homa Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I purposely came back to make sure that the chair is not lonely this afternoon.
The chair can never be lonely.
And I also came to lend my voice to this bill on alternative dispute resolution that has been brought by Senator Sylvia Kasanga, who has sponsored a lot of progressive motions and pieces of legislation in this House. Mr. Speaker, if there ever was going to be an example of the model senator, then the smiling face of Senator Sylvia Kasanga should appear there. I know some of us only are fit for our faces to appear on a journal on mental illness. But when it comes to the real senator by deeds and action, Senator Sylvia Kasanga it is. Mr. Speaker, on the question that you raised and where you sought clarification on the difference between conciliation and mediation, I've also been asking myself that. And the definition in the bill requires, I think, above average intelligence to be able to tell the difference between conciliators and mediators. And Mr. Speaker, as I proceed, you will also understand and appreciate that some of these words I might be challenged to pronounce them properly, so allow me to pronounce them as my tongue finds them fit. Alternative dispute resolution has been defined in this bill as the use of conciliation, mediation, and traditional dispute resolution mechanisms to resolve conflict. And the question I've been asking my friend, Senator Sylvia Kasanga, who sits next to me, is that if you have a register or accreditation of conciliators and mediators, what then would be the qualification for one to be a conciliator or to be a mediator? And she has clarified to me that there is training that is preferred upon those who wish to be conciliators and mediators. And the further question was, what about church officials who have been playing this role for a long time? Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of disputes that do not find themselves in courts of law. We go to our fathers, our bishops and priests, our pastors in churches, and sometimes they bring us together, they reconcile us, and they play the role of conciliation, if I look at the definition that is in this bill. Would my pastor, who probably has 30 years experience in ministering and solving disputes, marital disputes, and all sorts of disputes, would he need to go back to class to get some certification or qualification for him to be accredited? And I think that perhaps might need to be looked at. Because the pastor and the father and the priest will not be doing the traditional dispute resolution. That has been defined separately and has been treated in a separate manner in this bill. So I would wish that Senator Sylvia Kasanga would apply her thoughts to that, because that has been one of the biggest sections. I personally use their services. Whenever I have issues, small disputes involving family members, small issues of a marital nature, one of the most natural and most confidential places to go to will be to the church. Indeed, certain churches, denominations, have had the spirit of or the practice of confession, which means that people feel comfortable dealing with the church officials or the officials in our mosques or the officials in our various temples. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, is on accreditation, particularly for those involved in traditional dispute resolution. Are we going to extend the training and certification requirements to those involved in traditional dispute resolution? And the sponsor of the bill has assured me that that will not apply to those persons applying traditional dispute resolution mechanisms. Mr. Speaker, I guess the big question that we must ask ourselves is that before the Western style of judicial discussion and determination was imposed on Africa, did Africa not have a system of settling disputes? And I've said it before, that Africa is a collection of many states which are not necessarily nations. You find nations cutting across different states. And then you'll find that the Maasai, who cut across Tanzania and Kenya, or even the Somali, who cut across the country called Somaliland, and Kenya, they had their traditional means of dealing with disputes. Or the Luos from Egypt, from the Nile, along the Nile, all the way down to Kenya. They had means of resolving issues in a traditional manner. We should not allow those practices to die. Unfortunately, and the other day I was reading an article that was put out by the Kenya National Library Service trying to defend their role and how much they have done to entrench reading culture in this republic. Particularly, they were put to task that most of the books in public libraries in this republic are books that have been authored by foreigners, and they are books that are on foreign subjects. And KNLS, the National Library Service, responded by saying that Kenyans do not publish, that most of the published work in Kenya are curriculum material and a few storybooks. And so there is a huge gap here where we are supposed or we are required to tell the story of our conciliation, mediation, and traditional dispute resolution mechanisms before colonialism or even before slavery came and interfered with the moral fabric of African nations. Mr. Speaker, there are few types of dispute which I personally believe would benefit greatly from this bill. Issues of succession or issues of inheritance. When a family loses a breadwinner, could be the mother who was endowed financially or the father who was endowed financially, there is always a race to ensure that all sorts of interested parties become beneficiaries of that estate. In many of these cases, it has led to great embarrassment to the families involved. When people rush to court to seek letters of administration, when people rush to court to seek orders for them to be enjoined into the estate of the deceased, sometimes it invites media headlines, which leaves the family even more pained than it was previously. My view is that the first port of call for issues to do with succession and inheritance would be alternative dispute resolution before we get to a point where families are airing their dirty linen in public. Mr. Speaker, many a times when there is an inheritance question, that is when children who were previously unknown come to the picture. It is when spouses that were previously invisible come to the picture. This has happened to many families, large and small. And at times, we focus on the embarrassment that is visited on the larger families because we have made it a habit that even succession issues and litigation on inheritance, when they go to the traditional judiciary, matters are prosecuted in the open. Mr. Speaker, I believe and I do hope that once we pass this bill, that those who are involved in such cases, particularly the magistrates and judges, would point out to alternative dispute resolution as a first port of call before they go ahead with the other traditional litigation that we have seen in our courts. Secondly, issues to do with land. Mr. Speaker, every community has got a way through which they used to deal with land disputes. And even though we have the Land Act and we've got a chapter on land issues in our constitution, Mr. Speaker, the modern approach and what I would call the English and European approach to land dispute is insufficient to take care of the variety of nations and variety of communities in this republic that have evolved over the years ways of dealing with land disputes. And one of the areas where we constantly see conflict, and this conflict has never been settled through traditional or through contemporary judicial processes, is in the pastoralist areas, where communities believe that land was given to them by God for them to be able to graze their animals and for them to be able to sustain and fend for themselves. And then you introduce this Western concept of land tenure and ownership, where someone is told that there is an invisible line, there is a cut line, beyond which his cow or his sheep should not venture. And if the cow and sheep venture beyond that cut line, then it becomes a serious issue where someone can be taken to court. You find an innocent herdsman is taken to court, is jailed, and is charged with trespass. And because they don't understand the law, you end up with prisons and correctional facilities full of helpless and sometimes clueless people who are caught up in this modern judicial system. So there are certain land disputes that could find their way in alternative dispute resolution. Issues of paternity or maternity, Mr. Speaker. It is unfortunate that people will have to go to court to establish whether they are the father or the mother of a child, or whether they are the son or daughter of a person. Mr. Speaker, a child is a gift from God. And the way it is in many communities, if a lady came to your doorstep and said that this is your child, take it as a blessing wrapped up in blankets and raise it. You don't know what that child will become one day. But because of our, vacating our traditional practices and traditional values, you find someone takes the father who has died to court to prove that he was the father, so that they can become part of that estate. These are things that are un-African. And even though we are in a global village, Mr. Speaker, it is my view that we must make it, we must seek alternative options to ensure that we deal with these issues. There are issues of paternity, Mr. Speaker, in very extended families. And I will give you an example. In my county of Homa Bay, we have got a very huge clan called the Onyango-Rabala clan, and they exist in 4 constituencies. Mr. Speaker, they are not supposed to marry across 4 constituencies, and it is a population of almost 700,000 people. These people come and they meet in Nairobi, and one person comes from Oyugis, the other one comes from Kanyamwa. They don't know they are members of the same clan. They don't know they are supposed to marry. They cohabit. They have a child. Then that child becomes stateless, for lack of a better word, because no one is going to accept that child because of that extremely extended relationship. Should this child take the mother and father to court to say that, yes, I bear your blood, so you must assume parental responsibility over me? That contradicts the traditional perception that that child can never be brought home and can never be acknowledged as a son or a daughter of those 2 people from the clans that span 4 constituencies. Mr. Speaker, those are issues that need to be looked at, and we must find the right balance that will not disenfranchise children who are born in those kind of arrangements.
Senator Kajwang, that example sounds like a very serious issue. I hope you're doing more about it as the Senator for Homa Bay, including raising awareness for the members of this clan who are in Nairobi or elsewhere. It can be very disconcerting.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, it's a significant matter which is normally handled by the Council of Elders. And we have told our Council of Elders that they need to focus less on politics and focus more on such issues that then put young boys and girls at a great disadvantage. And I remember many years ago in the 1950s, through the leadership of one great community leader called Paulo Mboya, the elders sat down and they split that clan into 2 to ensure that not every other relationship then would now be looked at as incest, because you can imagine people in 4 or 5 constituencies told they cannot marry, and any sexual relationship then is described as incestuous. So, Mr. Speaker, moving on, there are also issues of war and civil strife that are not candidates for our contemporary litigation, adversarial litigation that we witness in courts. And at some point, I spent time in Uganda. The time when Joseph Kony of the Lord's Resistance Army decided to come out and negotiate with the government, the child soldiers that were engaged by Joseph Kony had committed some horrendous acts of brutality and fatalities. And the question was, what were we going to do with these children? They were abducted from normal lives. They were converted into child soldiers. They were indoctrinated. They were intoxicated. They were given weapons, and they killed hundreds and hundreds of thousands, hundreds of people. Mr. Speaker, the question was whether to make them stand trial in the traditional, in the contemporary courts in Uganda, whether to send all of them to the ICC, or whether to use a traditional approach. Eventually, the community that was mostly affected opted to go for a traditional dispute resolution system called match or put. That's how they call it in that particular nation. And Mr. Speaker, this helped, because what were you going to do with these children? They were born in normal lives. Then they were abducted by the LRA soldiers. Then they were converted into soldiers. They became killing machines. Are you going to take them to court and then charge them with treason? You're just going to fill your cells and correctional facilities with people who have been victims of a complicated situation that they found soon after their birth. So we must look at this. Even our own civil strife, the post-election violence that we have seen, not everything needs to be dragged to courts of law. And so, Speaker, those who killed neighbors, and even right now in this case of the 6 gentlemen who lost their lives in a moment of madness I believe it was in Bumula, either Bumula or Butula. I know there are 2 different places, but I think it was in Bumula. Mr. Speaker, are you going to round up the entire village and then take them to court and then charge them with murder and then take them to prison? We must think through. There are those of us who believe that it was a moment, maybe the devil descended on that village. Because how do you explain 6 people killed in broad daylight in a span of 10 minutes? Are we going to send the DCI in his usual characteristic bravado and followed by the DPP to hold the entire village into prison? Probably not. If we had a proper framework for alternative dispute resolution, then we would say that maybe there could be some cleansing approaches that fits within the traditional dispute resolution. There could be some issues of conciliation between the communities that are involved. Finally, Mr. Speaker, intergovernmental relations do not need to be taken to court as the first option. And I was convinced that the Council of Governors, through Treasury, had come up with a version of a bill that would then give effect to Article 187 of the Constitution, which talks of intergovernmental relations, and particularly which would then deal with circumstances where there is a breach of trust or breach in agreement between the 2 levels. Because it is expensive for government to sue each other. County governments are governments. And Mr. Speaker, the saddest thing that we have seen in the Public Accounts Committee is that every year we struggle to appropriate more funds to go to counties. And Mr. Speaker, you were part of the mediation committee, and you know how difficult it was to convince the entire nation that counties needed more money. But go back to the budget of counties, how much they spend on litigation. And sometimes the county government is suing the national government, or the county government is suing a senator, like in the case of Kakamega County, where the senator was being sued by the county government because the senator had said that a CEC was incompetent. So the senator and the deputy speaker were now being sued by a county government using public funds, which the senator has advocated to be released. Mr. Speaker, some things are comical. Even in our case, Mr. Speaker, we walked all the way to Milimani to seek some judicial interpretation on relations between the Senate and the executive. If we had a proper structure for alternative dispute resolution, that would help. And I do hope that as we go along to do public participation, even the Council of Governors, even the executive, would come up with additional suggestions on how to enrich this bill to take care of those matters. And I think I must say, civil debtors. It was interesting when we were in a subcommittee or a select committee looking at reforms to prisons and postal institutions. Someone who's committed to jail arising from a civil debt is fed by the person who complains. So you go to Shimolatewa, you'll find some 20 guys who are there. They're just lounging there. They're being fed by the guy they conned in the first place. And I believe that issues like civil debt should be sorted out using ADR instead of sending someone to jail for a month or two and then is using public funds or is using resources from the person who has been swindled in the first place. It just does not make sense. Marital issues, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kajwang, just clarify your point there. When you say they're being fed by the complainant, is it by the complainant by virtue of being a taxpayer or directly by the complainant?
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, it is directly, not even through the taxes. That if you are committed to jail on a civil debt, on account of a civil debt, it is a complainant who then will feed you. And it is untidy. And you will find that space in our correctional facilities is taken up by such characters. And the sad bit is that, fine, you've sent the guy to jail, and you are still feeding him, and then he'll come out, and your money will be...
Please say that on the record. Your mic had gone, that you support. Senator Kajwang. Just repeat your last statement that you support on the record. Your mic had gone off.
Mr. Speaker, I support.
Thank you.
I support the bill.
Well spoken, Senator Kajwang. Again, Senator Kasanga, a lot to enrich your bill, as we're hearing. I think it's time for the mover to reply. Senator Kasanga, are you ready for that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start by acknowledging and thanking all the senators who have contributed to this bill. And I have taken lots of notes, and I've taken the comments, most definitely, for improvement. The last few speakers have really colored it very well. It's interesting.
Will there be a magazine on this bill, Senator Kasanga?
No, there will not be a magazine on this bill. And Mr. Speaker, I'd have loved to hear your voice speaking on this bill.
Unfortunately.
What most people don't remember, or maybe because of lack of awareness, as Senator Waitangula has said that we need to create awareness, is that conciliators, mediators, and traditional dispute resolvers do not need to be lawyers. I know when the lawyers speak to these issues, they speak with such authority, because of course they understand the law more than we all do. I am an arbitrator and a practicing arbitrator for that matter, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not a lawyer, I'm an architect. And the beauty of alternative dispute resolution is that the practitioner is drawn from an industry or a trade that he understands, and therefore is able to resolve a dispute around that issue easily, faster, and like the objects of the bill say, foster peace and cohesion. Because a lot of times, disputes are fueled more by ego than anything else. And when somebody is an industry expert or understands a certain trade, then it is easy to handle the issues, because you understand also the nature of the people who practice in those issues, Mr. Speaker. A lot of times, lawyers themselves complicate the issues because, again, every time there's a dispute, the first person you run to is your lawyer. You run to your lawyer and you say, no, I have an issue with this guy. What we are saying here in this bill, Mr. Speaker, and there's a clause there, that speaks to that lawyers are going to be mandated, if this bill should pass, that they must first advise parties. If it is not a criminal issue, or the issues that we have said here will not be tackled under this bill, then they must advise their clients that let us first try conciliation and mediation. And Mr. Speaker, this is not new. In the construction industry, our our law for contractors is very clear that in the event of a dispute, that you have to first try negotiation. If negotiation fails, then you go to mediation. And when mediation fails is when you go to arbitration. In fact, in construction, the law of this land is such that you do not go to court. And if you should run and go to court, then the judge automatically sends you back if your contract is one of those local contracts that we have. So these are things that are happening already in the arbitration realm. And what we are saying is that under mediation and conciliation, we need to have this sort of order in the industry because there is no order. Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of conciliators and mediators who are being trained currently. And let me first speak on those before I come to the traditional ones. And we have a lot of institutions now that are training mediators and conciliators. And a lot of people also, just by their own right, out of age or status in the community, have become conciliators and mediators. But we are saying we have also a crop of people who are making a sort of living out of mediation and conciliation. And these ones are the target of this bill because you go, you train, and then you offer your service out there to mediate or conciliate, and you charge per hour for that service. I don't know if, Mr. Speaker, you attended the breakfast session we had here in Senate in 2017, where we had the Chartered Institute come and speak to the senators on ADR, Alternative Dispute Resolution. And we learned from that forum that you actually can make money out of this. So you have to go through a training, a formal training, and you'll be given a certificate, and then you offer your services and you charge for them. And the worry that we have right here, right now, is that we have so many of them now out there. We have so many institutions that are training. We don't know the quality of training that is happening there. We don't know who is watching for these people. There's been the comment from Senator Wetangula that now we have ethical issues. You take two parties to resolve their dispute, instead you start cutting deals. And it's happening. It's a fact, it's happening in our society, Mr. Speaker. So we're saying that no, we need some order. We need some order. We need this committee that we have proposed in the bill to be formed. Let the committee keep a register of like a regulation register of those who are trained, ascertaining that they've been trained in a certain manner through certain causes and they have passed, and that anyone who requires the services of a mediator or conciliator just needs to go to the register and pick from there. They will have been grouped into their different industries, so you can pick somebody who's conversant with the issue that is speaking to your dispute. That is the sort of order we are looking for. And already under the Arbitration Act, arbitrators are already grouped in that manner. So this is very possible. It was interesting, Senator Kajwang brought up the issue of the church leaders who've been conciliators for a long time. And I truly feel they don't fall in that category because when a church leader is doing the conciliation that they do, they don't ask for money. They don't. And they do it out of the spirit, so to speak, and they help, people to live happily. I don't think they would fall under that category. We are looking at those who are earning money out of resolving disputes. Because what happens then, if we leave them unregulated, not accredited, we then risk having quacks running around. And then we then fail to gain that which alternative dispute resolution should be giving us, which is quick resolution of issues, cohesion, and all those that the objects of the bill speaks to, Mr. Speaker. So really what we are saying is that let's put some order into it. And I know I have received some backlash from the industry players because of this, but I was once told by somebody who is very wise that if you get pushback from people, it means you're doing something right. So I believe we are doing something right. And I'm happy that the Senate is supporting this bill, and I do understand and I do agree that we do not need to make the process too formal. It needs to be as easy to get into a mediation or conciliation, and it should be easy to get through the process. And Kenyans need to be sensitized. The level of awareness needs to be increased such that people can understand that I actually maybe don't need a lawyer to go through a conciliation process. I can sit with the disputing party and we can pick a conciliator or mediator and we can resolve our issues without making it too formal. I understand all that, and I take cognizance of the fact that we need to simplify the process.
So Senator Kasanga, are you saying that Senator Kajwang's concerns cannot be taken into account? Because he also made a valid point. How do you take into account that issue of religious leaders who already been playing a similar role in society?
I believe, Mr. Speaker, that those have to continue. Because again, they approach it from the angle of church and it's spiritual. Yeah, it's part of their duty as spiritual leaders to help resolve these disputes. They don't earn money from it. My concern, and what this bill is addressing, is those conciliators who actually go through a training to earn money. I have an issue with those ones. A lot of conciliation that is done from the church need not have probably the formal process. I know I had mentioned it to him, that then they have to go through the formal process, but they do it out of the Bible, you know, or whatever religious book that they ascribe to. Then they resolve through that. And I don't think that requires, you know, the formal training that we have Kenyans who are actually going through formal training, so that then they can earn a little money on the side of their daily jobs, Mr. Speaker. So I think with with the church leaders, I will be looking forward to hearing from them during public participation, so that I can see what is their angle and what input they would give to this bill. But I know they would agree with me because we don't want quacks.
I think that makes sense in terms of registration. It's just that one concern, and I know the Speaker does not debate,
yes,
one concern that you need to look into is how an agreement reached through that process can also have the same force if the parties deliberately, you know, went to the church and they got an agreement through that. It can still have the same force as an agreement reached by the other mediators. But let's hear what the public participation process gives us.
Okay, and just to speak about the outcome of these processes, nothing stops two parties from going to court even after they have been through a mediation. You can't stop parties. In fact, it's only in arbitration where you have the arbitrator's award being a final. But even that one can still be challenged in a court of law, and that is what our courts allow for, that you have that level of access to justice. So even those processes, as we speak them, and one of the things in the bill here we are saying that is there has to be a recourse to court if you're not satisfied with the outcome of a mediation process. But what we are saying more importantly is that at least allow for the mediation process before you go to court. Rather than going to wait for years for an outcome, you could actually easily get an outcome from a mediation process. And nobody stops you from going from one mediation process to another, or start from negotiation, conciliation, and then mediation until you're satisfied. And then you have a recourse to court. If at all you're not satisfied completely, then you go to court for litigation. So those provisions are there, Mr. Speaker. Let me speak a little on the traditional systems in Part 4 of this bill. In a different forum, we said one time that we've been resolving disputes since time immemorial. Since before the explorers came to this country, we've resolved our disputes traditionally in our own way. And many times we say that it's the judicial process that is actually the alternative, because it's that which we are used to and which our communities are used to. And we have to pay respect and acknowledge the fact that most of our disputes in the village are actually resolved through the traditional dispute system. And one of the biggest beauties of it is its informality. Yeah, there's no formal process. They'll sit under a tree, the tribunal will sit under a tree, the tribunal may be one man with a lot of wisdom, or it could be a group of village elders, or whichever way you want to look at it, and they will sit under that tree, and they'll deliberate the issues, and a decision will be made, and it will be respected by the community. And Mr. Speaker, we don't want to change that in this bill. We want to acknowledge that it gives access to justice to Kenyans who cannot reach courts or mediators or conciliators, and the rest is a bit too formal for them to reach out to. But what we are saying here, like Senator Gertrude has spoken to it, is the issue of the Bill of Rights. And you've had many stories here. A lot of the senators who spoke about it did mention that many times we've seen cases where human rights are infringed upon by the outcome of a certain tribunal sitting in the village. And this is what we are addressing in this bill. Now, this area has been very controversial. I've received a lot of criticism from the industry about trying to formalize the justice system. But what I'm saying is that a party or parties who have received an award or an outcome from a traditional justice system, if their rights, their basic human rights as envisioned in the Constitution have been infringed upon, then they have a right to a recourse. They can go to court. That's what we are saying. That seating of the elders is not the end. Many times it has been envisioned as the end, but we are saying now, no. We have a new constitution, and we must adhere to it. That's what this bill is trying to do, Mr. Speaker. There's a provision there that the committee that will be formed may keep a register of traditional dispute resolvers. But again, who is a dispute resolver? How do we say that this person qualifies to be a dispute resolver? It is very difficult, Mr. Speaker, but there are those that are known. And for those that are known, this committee could keep a register of them. And what that allows to happen is that even a case that goes to court, the judiciary or the judge sitting can look at that list and say, why don't you take this case to this tribunal? They may be able to handle it. Like Senator Kajwang has said, he categorized the disputes that would benefit from ADR, and a lot of them have to do with, let me just read that. You said succession cases, land cases, paternity, maternity cases, war, civil strife. Right now, the court-annexed mediation that is happening, that was rolled out, and that is rolling out into the counties, in a way is doing this, where they keep a register of mediators, and they require certain cases, especially this category that Senator Kajwang has rightfully put down here, sending them to mediation to ease the burden of the courts. And a lot of them have been resolved in those platforms without necessarily going back to court. And what this bill we are saying is that rather than just having a register of mediators, can we have a register of conciliators as well? Can we have a register of traditional dispute resolvers? That way then they can send more cases to a wider pool of dispute resolvers, and therefore help ease the burden of the courts, Mr. Speaker. So I know a lot of it has not been understood by many Kenyans out there. They've not really internalized what it is the bill is trying to do. But I have taken the advice that we do not need to formalize the traditional justice system. It needs to be as simple as possible. There's a clause that requires that if a party wants an outcome from a traditional system, be written for their own purposes, maybe to enable you to go and file in court so that it can be enforced, because we have issues of enforcement in a lot of these alternative dispute resolution processes. Then we are saying it should be possible. Things, for instance, I want to give this as an example because it was in a different forum when we were coming up with this idea, where you find a traditional dispute resolving tribunal is sitting and considering an issue. But the party who is affected, who is being discussed, is not allowed to be present. And we are saying that is not correct. We are now changing it up. And this happens a lot, especially if you think about it. A girl has been raped, like the example that was given here, and the elders will sit together. She will not be called into that forum. They will make the decision without her there. Maybe even her parents may not be there. And the decision will be made, and it will be finalized. And it will be expected that it is effected. And we are saying in a situation, even if not that extreme, maybe even if it is just a land issue, where it is considered and the two parties are not present. And we are saying that is not correct. That is not in the spirit of justice. The spirit of justice will require that even in an alternative dispute resolution process, parties must be represented, parties must have full information, parties must participate in the process, so that when the outcome is out, then there's ownership of that outcome. If you exclude, we know how the issues of exclusion, where they have taken us in this country, Mr. Speaker. The other thing I wanted to speak on, Mr. Speaker, wait, let me just get my notes, sorry. I wanted to, in a special way, acknowledge comments that were made by Senator Professor Ongeri Because when he started speaking the last time we were on this floor, he reminded us that it was through an alternative dispute resolution process that we saw the end of the post-election violence in 2008, something that, keeps eluding us because we are so busy. It is this process that saw the end of the violence, and it led to a coalition government, and ultimately it gave birth to the new constitution. The very same new constitution that today we are saying has anchored alternative dispute resolution as key to seeking justice. And I really appreciated that because, in his colorful way, the way he said it, we were, oh yeah, actually, he was reminding us of a place where we came from. And because, of course, our senior leaders have a lot of detail, he went into detail, reminding us on the intricacies of what was happening inside those closed doors.
I was there when Senator Ongeri spoke.
You should have been.
I shall consult the Hansard to hear what he said.
Yes, he really colored it nicely, and he really reminded us that it was this process that gave birth to the new constitution. And like Senator Kajwang has said, issues of war and civil strife best resolved through alternative dispute resolution. And the biggest reason why it is so, it's because of its its nature of inclusion. It includes you, and there's no winner-take-it-all outcome. It's actually a win-win situation where people meet to a middle ground. And that's really the essence of alternative dispute resolution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm about to finish. And I just want to say that I had the privilege of being in a forum that was where the Chief Justice was a keynote speaker. And I was very privileged when he requested that I address the forum and speak on the bill. And what he said was that any process that helps to reduce the backlog of the cases in the courts is most welcome.
Excellent.
And I know he was speaking to this because there's been a bit of pushback from some of the other key stakeholders in the industry. And what he was telling us, all of us as key stakeholders in that forum, is like, you guys sit down, work together, because any process is most welcome. And the fact that there's already something in Parliament, for him, he felt very happy because he says now this is moving even faster. And then he spoke on various things. He spoke first on the issue of lawyers being a stumbling block towards reaching the full potential of alternative dispute resolution. And the biggest reason is that lawyers feel that their income levels are going to be affected by the fact that now people may not need lawyers, or there shall be less litigation. And it was interesting in that forum, Mr. Speaker, because a couple of lawyers came up to speak up, and they said, actually, lawyers need to be given that awareness that that is not the case. That actually it is on the reverse, that there'll still be work for them. It might not be the legal litigation, acrimonious and judicial process, but even through mediation and conciliation, Kenyans will still need representation because a lot of Kenyans would rather be represented in such forum. And what lawyers need to do, we learned, is that they need to understand these processes, so they need to also formalize themselves with them. Therefore, then they can continue earning their money, but through the alternative dispute resolution processes. The second thing I learned from that forum, we had the CS Aidan Mohammed, who alluded to the fact that a lot of the backlog in the judiciary is actually costing Kenyans a lot of, we are losing a lot of revenue. Because you find in disputes where money is being held, you can't pay out until a dispute is resolved. A lot of money is being held because the cases are not moving in courts. And the CS was actually, crying to the judiciary, what can you do so that we move faster? Do we have, a special court just to listen to this? And this has already been tried before. They have special courts just for certain disputes. There was a cry for tax. Apparently, a lot of tax is held because of disputes that are pending. And now the question is the tax collector, is he ready to go into alternative dispute resolution to help unlock the billions that are being held because of disputes that are pending? And it is amazing when you hear the statistics, Mr. Speaker. I don't have them here. I wish I did. If I knew I had 30, I didn't know I had 30 minutes, but then I would have presented these statistics. Then it's real. that we do need these processes to help unlock the money. And Kenyans, right now, we are feeling it. We are broke.
Please feel free to share the statistics on our other platform as members. I
yes.
think it's important for members to know what is happening.
Yes, I shall do that. Mr. Speaker, it's interesting. Also, the statistics that were presented on, my thought process is a bit affected right now. I'm not used to the chair interjecting. Yes, the other thing that came out of that forum that was very interesting, and this you will find very interesting, all of you will find interesting, is the amount of money it takes when you take a case through a judicial process vis-a-vis the savings you would have if you did an alternative justice system. And the saving is in terms of money and in terms of time. And you can imagine there's no question about it. We know court cases that go on for years. So imagine that lawyer gets paid every time he appears for a mention, and the mention, there's adjournment like you had. I think one of the senators was talking about a judge who would just adjourn cases and go for tea. So imagine your legal person has appeared, he's charging you for that time, repeatedly, your case is never heard. Vis-a-vis an alternative dispute resolution process where we can sit in 2 sittings and finish that matter and have an award drawn that is enforceable. So the statistics were read out in that forum, and again, it was amazing. We don't have local statistics. Like many other areas in our country, we don't have statistics and we don't have data. But the person who gave the presentation drew statistics from the US and from Britain, because they have actually, numbers, and you could see the difference in dollars and pounds when in terms of savings, both in time and money, when you look at the 2 systems against together. And it was very interesting, and the conversation now that came out of that, of course, you can imagine Kenyans were getting very excited. They're like, yes, this is how we need to be looking at it, not in any other way, but the savings that we are making to Kenyans when we use these processes. Mr. Speaker, as I wind up, something that has been said here, I can't recall which senator said it, maybe Senator Kajwang said it, or Senator Wetangula, is that even us here who sit as leaders, we are conciliators and mediators, whether you like it or not. Your constituents come to you, and you'll be resolving, disputes. And we've seen it time and again. And I need to remind members that you need not be a lawyer to be a conciliator or a mediator or a negotiator. You just need to be a people person, and if it is a specific issue, better if you are an industry expert. That way, then you can deal with the issue. And, following from that first engagement that we had in Senate in 2017, the breakfast session that we had, I want to encourage members that a little formal training is of great advantage. And because you're out there, people look up to you, your constituents look up to you, you can be a serious dispute resolver. And there are those who you can even charge for your services. And they trust you because you're their leader. And I would look forward to guiding anyone. I had a few converts, but not enough of the leaders were converts. But I would wish for a few more converts, because it's a field I've been in. I practice both architecture and arbitration. It's very fulfilling when you get members to resolve their dispute without too many sittings. It actually feels very fulfilling. It's very good. And you've saved many people a lot of money because you've unlocked that impasse in the easiest way possible, Mr. Speaker. So I want to acknowledge again all the senators who have contributed, and this house has passed some very critical bills. And this is one of those. And I can tell you, the Chief Justice is looking forward to seeing how far we can go. And I have pledged to work with all the stakeholders. I'm not working in isolation already, because even the drafting of this bill was a concerted effort amongst several other stakeholders, and I will continue in that way. I've taken heed to the fact that we need to not make the process complex, but I'm passionate that we must respect our Constitution and our Bill of Rights, and that is the one thing that I am particularly pushing for. And I want to acknowledge that the Committee of Justice and Legal Affairs in this House has been very instrumental in helping the stakeholders now come together with all their views so that we can make the bill, look good and be acceptable to all the members. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Kasanga. Very well executed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also request, Mr. Speaker, to defer putting the question pursuant to Standing Order 60(1)(3).
So directed, we shall defer putting the question of this motion to tomorrow, Wednesday, the 20th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Kasanga. That was very, very well executed. Members, earlier on, a member raised concern. He must have been the member for Nairobi. He raised a concern on the number of bills. Amazing pieces of legislation processed by this House that have been, that are stuck at the next stage in the National Assembly, and that's a matter that the House has taken note of, and I'm sure we will be able to follow up back to members with respect to their bills that have been passed and that have gone to the National Assembly. Next order.
Order number 12, the Registration of Persons Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 14 of 2019, second reading.
Thank you. This is continuation of debate on this motion. Senator Dr. Alice Milgo was on the floor. She had 10 minutes left, but she is not in the House, so the floor is open. I see interest from Senator Gertrude Musuruve Inima.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to second amendment of this bill. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that when we are talking of intersex and medically termed as hermaphroditism, I want to say that these are persons...
Order, Senator. You have said you're grateful for the opportunity to second. It is just, you're just contributing to the debate. The bill was already seconded by Senator James Orengo. So you're just giving your, it's now open debate, you're contributing to the bill.
Oh, sorry, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kindly proceed.
I'm supporting this bill. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that these persons go through a lot of humiliation. These persons go through a lot of stress. These persons go through a lot of violation of their human rights. And I want to support the amendment of this bill, Mr. Speaker. Initially, when you look at the bill, it states that intersex means a person born with physical or genetic features that are neither fully male nor female, a combination of male or female, or neither male or female. Mr. Speaker, this definition actually is hurting even to the child. Because even constitutionally, when you look at Article 53A, it states clearly that a child has a right to a name from birth, a name and nationality. But Mr. Speaker, when we take this definition, it means that the different changes that will go on in the physical changes and the biological changes that will go on in the life of the intersex child will not actually be acknowledged at puberty level, and this child will end up being more frustrated, Mr. Speaker. So I want to say that the proposed amendment that intersex means a person who is conceived and born with a biological sex characteristic that cannot be exclusively categorized in the common binary of female or male due to their inherent and mixed anatomical, hormonal, gonadal, ovaries and testes, or chromosomal X and Y patterns, which could be apparent prior to, at birth, in childhood and puberty, actually takes in this consideration. So that, Mr. Speaker, if a child is born and the child is Jane, in the event that at puberty level, the child becomes John, Mr. Speaker, it means that the rights of this child will not be affected, will not be violated. Simply because, Mr. Speaker, in terms of registration, there'll be a section as proposed with this amendment bill that for gender in terms of male, female, or intersex. So, Mr. Speaker, this will help the child be autonomous, and there's need for, Mr. Speaker, children who are intersex, persons who are intersex, to be supported psychosocial, to be given psychosocial support, Mr. Speaker. Even they go through a lot of tormenting moments. Even their parents go through tormenting moments. But, Mr. Speaker, if this registration factors in the fact that there are various changes that can make someone become intersex. At one point, you are male. Then another point, at one point you are Jane. At puberty, you are, Njoroge. You see, Mr. Speaker, this will even help the child understand. This will even help the society understand the various changes. Mr. Speaker, our constitution states clearly that people need to be treated with dignity. But, Mr. Speaker, if this amendment is not done, then it means that even when these changes are different for an intersex child, then the child will go through a lot of bullying. Sensitization has not been done. So there's need for these changes to be done and also sensitization to be made so that even in the medical fraternity, there's sensitization, even...
Order, members. Senator Dr. Musuruve, you will have a balance of 15 minutes. When we resume debate on this. Honorable Senators, it is now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the House. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, the 20th of November, 2019, at 2:30 p.m.